Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moore. How are you?
Good morning, thank you.
When we left last day, we were about to go into your comments on the 2015 SEMA report. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 689 in the native version, please? Oh, Registrar, if you're having issues, I think it's because I might have given you the wrong doc ID. It's HAM 690. Exhibit 64. So, Mr. Moore, this is a native version, so it's a PDF version, which means we can't, the registrar can't assist us with calling out in the way that he can with other documents. So if you need to scroll up or scroll down, just let me know. Do you recall receiving and reviewing this draft report?
I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you scroll down to the table of contents, which is 2 pages over? Thank you. So you'll see it has a review of collisions, a field investigation, an illumination review. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? Then it has potential recommendations, benefit cost analysis, and then it has the recommendations and a number of appendices. Registrar, can you go to image 8, please? And you'll see on this page, there are strike throughs in red, and then there is a quote bubble that when we click on it, it says G. Moore, October 29. Do you recall using in a PDF format, editing and commenting boxes as you were reviewing this?
I'd done that before, but I don't specifically recall this one, but it's not something I was unfamiliar with doing.
Thank you. Why did you propose to strike out all of the red strikeout in the second, third, and fourth paragraphs of this page under introduction?
I believe they didn't apply as necessary background, in my opinion.
Okay, that was your opinion, that you didn't think it was necessary to include that information in the SEMA report?
Right.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And you'll see at the bottom, Registrar, just straining my eyes. Is there a way to increase the font and just show the second half of this page? Perfect, thank you. Mr. Moore, we're still in the introduction section. The report sets out the study area. This is the map, and you'll see underneath it has a brief backgrounder on the Parkway, that it's a 4-lane divided highway. And it says the posted speed is 90 kilometers an hour and the design speed is assumed to be 110 kilometers per hour. And you'll see the comment box, which is now on the right-hand side. You said not necessarily true. And what is the design speed on the Parkway?
In portions, it's 110. In other portions, it's 100, I believe.
Which portions are 110 and which portions are 100?
I couldn't be exact. I know some of the curves areas in the lower valley under the structures I knew were some in the area of 100 or around 100, but I couldn't be exact on where those were.
Okay, so apart from the curved areas on the lower valley under structures, did you understand that the rest of the Parkway had a design speed of 110?
I couldn't say for sure. I wasn't involved in at that time with the geometrics. I just knew about certain areas. I don't know what the actual ones are for all along. I just knew that the assumption that it was 110 wasn't correct.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 26, please? Thank you. And in the third paragraph, there's another indication that high speeds may involve is the fact that some curves within the study area appear to have a curve radii of approximately 525 meters, which is the minimum provincial standards for design speed of 110 kilometers an hour and a maximum super elevation of 6%. Did you notice as you were reviewing this document that SEMA appears to assume that the design speed in relation to the curves was 110 kilometers an hour?
I don't know whether that's necessarily what they're saying here. I believe what they said here is that the 525 is a minimum for 110. So it was their understanding based on that curvature that in that location it was 110. So again, I don't know exactly where the 100 was.
Okay, did you take any steps to confirm that so that SEMA would have the correct information?
Well, they had all the geometrics.
That was your understanding? They had all the geometrics?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was your role to correct them or to even raise the issue that there might be an error with that?
Well, I did already in the previous one.
Okay. Turning to a different issue, you have comments throughout this document in several areas. The first is slippery when wet signs. Registrar, can you go to image 34, please? Thank you. And thank you, Registrar. Your comment is longer, bigger than the box. Warning signs are a safety operations responsibility, correct?
Right.
You don't have any expertise in signage?
No, I don't.
You didn't have any data to support the assertion that the Red Hill was not slippery or when wet than any more than any other road, as you say in the comment box?
No, I didn't.
Just your own personal perception?
Other than my experience on the roadway and my own driving and the fact that we had a premium pavement on this.
Okay. Did you avert your mind to the fact that the Tradewind report had said that the link had significantly higher friction values than the Red Hill when you made this comment?
I don't believe so. I don't. I know they were concerned with the accident rate on the link as they were on the Red Hill. So the fact that the link had higher friction than the Red Hill didn't really have anything to do with anything I was thinking at that time.
Registrar, can you turn to image 41, please? I'm sorry, just before we get here, just on the issue of design speed, just so that I'm very clear. Did you know that any part had a design speed of 110, or did you understand that the default was 100? I'm not quite sure what your evidence is in respect of your knowledge about the design speed.
I was involved in the geometrics of the roadway, but just on the periphery as a time as a manager, as a senior project manager when this was taking place. For the design that was being negotiated and put through the EA. So I knew that there was 100 sections that were 110 and sections that were 100. That was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Turning to this section under 7.1.2 pavement friction and 7.1.2.1, you have struck out the entire section around perform friction testing. Were you proposing that the discussion of friction testing be deleted from SEMA's report entirely, like this entire 3 paragraphs?
I don't believe the discussion was in the correct context here.
That wasn't my question. My question was, were you proposing by making these strikeouts that these paragraphs should be deleted from SEMA's report?
As they were here, yes.
Okay. And I interrupted you. You said there wasn't a correct context. Did you think that they belong somewhere else within the report?
Well, I was hoping that as I was making these comments, that there would be some opportunity for discussion of my comments later on.
With a view to removing this recommendation from the report?
With a view to discussing what was being discussed here.
With your ultimate intention to have SEMA remove the recommendation from the report?
No, I wanted to have a discussion on what was here and how it was going to be used and how it was going to be taken. You know, if it was to initiate a discussion. I mean, it could very well have resulted in that, but these are my comments for discussion.
Okay, and this is on October 29th, you're making these comments. You've already met with Mr. Malone and other SEMA employees and some colleagues of yours from traffic engineering and operations on October 20th. So you were hoping to have another discussion after the discussion you had on October 20th where friction testing was discussed?
I thought those previous meetings were discussing the staff report. I don't know whether I believe this is the first time I've seen the entire final draft with all of the wording.
I understand, but we looked at those minutes last day and there was a discussion about friction testing in particular. And the minutes reflect that you said that testing had been done and results were resulted satisfactory. That discussion, even if you hadn't seen this document, you've already had a discussion about friction testing with SEMA and with your colleagues, correct?
Well, that discussion was in reference to what we had done, not what they were proposing to do. I don't believe there was discussion at that time.
Okay. Did you turn your mind back to Golder's recommendation to do microsurfacing, which would improve skid resistance as you were looking at the paragraphs here that you struck out?
I don't believe so.
When you say in the comment box, nothing to compare to, there is no basis, nothing to compare to. Did you turn your mind back to the fact that the city had friction testing results from 2007 and 2013 against which new test results could be compared?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the question again? I want to address your question.
Thank you. So you say in the comment box, there is no basis, nothing to compare to, and just stopping there. Did you turn your mind back to the fact that the city had friction testing results from 2007 and 2013 against which new test results they were obtained could be compared?
I knew that we had previous test results, but if you simply take these test results and compare them to them, it still doesn't tell you where you're going. If it had been a little higher, is that good? If it had been a little lower, is that how much? We had no sensitivity. We had no line in the sand, so to speak, to say, here's how you test it, and here's how you do it, and here's how you interpret those results. Again, the only agency that had that was MTO.
Okay, so when you say we had no sensitivity, we had no line in the sand, you mean you didn't, right?
Municipalities.
No, I mean
the city.
Yes, the city.
The city.
I'm asking specifically about you because you didn't talk to anybody about the specifics of friction testing and how it worked within the city.
To my knowledge, there was no other knowledge within the city on friction testing.
Okay. So you didn't have any sensitivity. You didn't have a line in sand. You didn't have knowledge. Is that fair?
These are my comments. That's correct.
Okay. If this recommendation, and we're not in the recommendation part right here, but it is a recommendation later in the report. If this recommendation to perform friction testing was approved by the Public Works Committee, you understood that it would be engineering services that would be the division required to actually implement the friction testing, to go find the appropriate person and actually get it done, right?
No, I don't understand that.
You didn't understand that?
No.
You thought traffic engineering and operations might take over getting that?
Very well could have been anyone. We had done it in the past, yes, but is there somebody better? I guess that would yet to be determined.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you bring up OD 7, page 56 and 57? And can you bring up the top of page 57, which is the email that is excerpted in paragraph 171. Yeah, that one, thank you. So this is an email amongst Mr. White, Mr. Lupton, Mr. Mader, Mr. Ferguson, and this is Mr. White writing. And in the middle paragraph, he says, this is in respect of the staff report that is going to summarize the 2015 SEMA report. And it says, Dave is making some changes in the recs and we will send it to you. After that, I'm not sure what to say. It recs the guide rail and lighting review and asphalt testing, all the things Gary argues against. So just stopping there. Last day we went through, I put to you, several circumstances where it appears that Mr. Lupton, Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Mader, and perhaps Mr. Davis met with you, one or more, possibly even 4 different meetings. And I think you said yesterday you don't recall those meetings, but given all of those references, and Mr. White is now suggesting you're arguing against the creation or the installation of a guardrail, the lighting review, and the asphalt testing. Was that your, did you have opposition to those 3 things in late October, early November 2015?
I don't believe I was in opposition to them. I was simply in opposition to the way they were being presented or not fully being reviewed and presented in an in-depth, comprehensive fashion.
Okay. It seems that people in traffic engineering and operations are doing a fair bit of work to meet with you, to introduce you and get you with Mr. Malone. Do you think you were expressing your views in a manner that suggested to them that they had to meet with you repeatedly so that you would be comfortable with the 2015 SEMA report?
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I don't understand that question as something this witness can answer.
That's fine.
I think the question should be rephrased. It's a little confusing.
That's fair. I agree. And I'm actually just going to move on.
Okay.
Registrar, you can close that out. And if you can go to page 57 and also bring up 58, please. In paragraph 172, which is on the left-hand side, Mr. Ferguson is emailing with Mr. Maynor, Mr. Lumpton, and Mr. White about the draft staff report. And he says, I've modified it to make it a bit more general, and I've identified long and short range game plan with a brief explanation. Then on 58, on November 4, Mr. White responds to Mr. Ferguson alone by email. This is part of an email chain, and says, did Jerry, John, and Gary approve the last draft of the report? Do you recall having an opportunity to review a draft report in early November 2015?
I can't say I specifically recall.
Okay, maybe a more general question. Do you recall reviewing any draft of the draft staff report before it went to PwC?
I don't recall any report. I mean, I've likely seen the report, but I just don't. I can't say that I recall seeing it specifically.
Okay, I'll bring it up to help try to refresh your memory. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 24539, please? And can you bring up the first 2 pages? Thank you. So this is a 9-page document. It's not short. And it has recommendations, including B, which is directed to implement the collision countermeasures outlined in this report. Then it goes through the link and it has some background on the 2015 link report. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 pages, please? Then it has a summary of the Red Hill. And you'll see in image 4, there's a chart and it has a number of countermeasures, which I didn't take you to it, but these are reflected in the 2015 SEMA report. And they include conduct pavement friction testing medium, and they include illumination and end-to-end guide rail as long. Does this refresh your memory about whether you saw this report?
I don't know whether I seen it before it went to committee or not. I can't recall.
Okay. Can you go to image 6 and 7, Registrar? At the bottom of image 6, there's a reference to the master transportation plan, where part of the process will be to review additional lanes with a view of potential widening. And then on page 7, And Registrar, can you move to page 7 and 8 up? And if you can pull out the relevant consultation on the bottom of page 7, please. Mr. Ferguson has inserted some comments that he attributes to engineering services in this draft. Rumble strips are mentioned, lighting is mentioned, and it says lighting for these is a position of engineering services that lighting these roadways is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary, and has some costing. And you'll recall that is the language that you used in the email exchange with Mr. Ferguson. Does this refresh your memory about whether you reviewed this draft of the draft staff report?
It doesn't.
Okay. Looking at it now, would you have wanted comments in this form to be put in a staff report to PwC?
I may have had a comment or two on the wording here. But if they were listing what comments we provided them, that's the comments we provided them. So they've included friction testing and slippery when wet signs. So we provide them with their comments. They're free to make the decisions. They're the lead. We're simply accommodating a group to provide them with the best information we can.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and bring up HAM 24700? And on the other image, can you bring up HAM 24702? So this is the final draft, or close to the final draft, but this is the draft that eventually goes to PwC, and it's forwarded to you on November 30th, not for review, just for FYI. And you'll see that the recommendations have changed by this point from the one that we were looking at before. It says the general manager of public works be directed to implement the short-term safety options identified in Appendix A. That'll be funded from the red light camera reserve, and that the design of the medium and long-term items in the report in Appendix B will be deferred pending the outcome of the transportation master plan. And I haven't brought up Appendix A, but it is things like signage and pavement markings, those sorts of things from the CMA report. And then Appendix B has this list and includes medium-term options, conduct friction testing and shield rock cuts. And it has long-term options, rumble strips, barrier system on the link and the Red Hill, and elimination. Did you suggest that traffic go back to CMA to ensure that the characterization of medium, long, and short-term measures would be reflected in their report? Do you remember any discussions about that?
At some time, I remember a comment like that. I mean, I thought we looked at it yesterday in some context that
We did.
I'd made some, which was just good practice.
That was in respect of the 2013 report. So we're at the 2015 report. Do you remember reiterating those same comments in respect of the 2015 report?
I don't recall specifically, but it's not unlikely.
Okay. And did you have any view about whether friction testing should be done in the 0 to 2 year range, or the 2 to 5 year range, or a long-term range?
No, I don't believe I had any input into that.
No, I was asking your view. You know, as the report is being prepared, did you think it would be preferable for friction testing to occur in the short term, 0 to 2 years, the medium term, 2 to 5 years, or the long term, over 10 years. Or I'll give another option, not at all.
I don't know that, other than the comments that I had provided, whether I had any other view.
Well, you don't speak about the timing of that. So that's my
Right.
question. When did you think friction testing should occur, if at all?
I don't know that I turned my mind to it. I mean, other than provided, they knew that we had done it in 13. So whether they had assessed that it can be something that's, 2 more years from now or within the next 2 years, wasn't something that needed to be done immediately. I don't know that I provided any comment in that regard.
Okay. Did you understand in the lead up to the December 2015 meeting that the recommendation in respect of the medium and long-term items being deferred pending the outcome of the transportation master plan, that would in effect mean that friction testing, shield rock cuts, rumble strips, the barrier system, and the end-to-end illumination would be deferred for some period of time?
At the time, I thought that the transportation master plan was imminent. So no, I don't believe that I thought there was any significant delay in that going to happen.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Mr. Moore, we're going to try to stretch our technology and take you to the Public Works Committee meeting. You attended the Public Works Committee meeting on December 7th, 2015, right?
If you say so, I don't specifically recall which meetings I attended or did not.
Okay. Registrar, Registrar, do you have a video link to the December 7th, 2015 Public Works meeting? I believe we've sent it to you.
Was it in the spreadsheet?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, I can pull that up.
And it's a link. It's pub-hamilton period eScribe meetings. If that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it on screen now and just let me know if it's the right one.
Okay. All right. So this is the City of Hamilton's public-facing website that includes videos. Registrar, if you can go down to discussion items 8.2. And click on that. Oh, it looks like it's already clicked on. That's good. And if you can start the video playing in Registrar, you can do this offline or not.
That will mitigate some of the issues surrounding safety. Can you elaborate on some of the short-term versus long-term components and the cost range between the 800,000, I believe, versus that of the longer-term range of 10 million?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so staff have identified the short-term options to go in.
I'm sorry, Registrar, it's very loud, and on our screen, we actually see your Excel spreadsheet rather than video. As I said, I thought this might strain our technology. Perfect, thank you. And Registrar, before you press play, can you turn the volume down a little? And can you go to
In the next.
Can you go to 127.40, please? Perfect. Thank you. Before you press.
Legend more so than.
Thank you. So just to orient you, Mr. Moore, this is the Public Works Committee meeting. And Mr. Ferguson is presenting. And there are certain questions that are directed at you that you answer. Registrar, can you actually go forward about 45 seconds? Thank you. All right. You can press play.
It talks about the vehicle speeds, and I'll just state what it says here. The average of more than 500 vehicles per day traveling in excess of 140 kilometers an hour and an 85th percentile speed of 115 kilometers an hour. When you look at the Parkway design, and maybe I can ask Mr. Moore to confirm, but it's my understanding that the design speed for a Parkway is around 120 or 110 to be 120. So when you have an 85th percentile speed of 115 kilometers, so that's the speed at which 85% of the vehicles are traveling.
Thank you. Could you turn it down to just 2 bars on volume, please? Thank you. So on that, Mr. Ferguson says the design speed is between 110 and 120. And did you understand 120 was definitely not the design speed?
I was aware of that. Yes.
You don't correct it in the meeting itself. Did you correct Mr. Ferguson's view of the design speed being between 110 and 120 after this meeting?
I thought I took Mr. Ferguson's statement as that a Parkway is typically 110 to 120. I really didn't understand that he was referring to our Parkway.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you go forward 1 minute? Thank you. And so you make some comments about friction testing, and we're going to play that. Registrar, can you press play?
Used on there, we've used the premium asphalt mix. We did friction testing. The ministry actually did the friction testing initially to see how it was, because we had a little different mix than them, and found that it was at or above what they would normally find with their high-grade friction mixes. And we subsequently did it 5 years after, so 2012, 2013, and found that it was holding up exceptionally well. So we have no concerns about the performance of the surface mix.
So the quality of that roadway, no.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, that was your voice, right?
I believe so, yes.
And the comments where you said we did friction testing 5 years after, your reference there is to the trade wind testing? Yes,
that's correct.
You didn't mention anything about your view that the trade wind report was just wrong because of the reference to the UK investigatory level?
I believe I was answering a question from Councillor Marula with regard to the overall performance of the roadway. And as far as I knew, the numbers that we got from trade wind were higher than what we got from MTO, and then it's therefore the comment that it was holding up extremely well is I felt was appropriate at the time.
Okay, and you knew that councillors would rely on statements that you made to them in a Public Works Committee meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you go forward to 144.19? You may want to use the yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Don't press play yet, please. Lighting also came up at this Public Works Committee meeting. Both Councillor Connolly and Councillor Collins raised this with you. And so first, this is Councillor Connolly. You can press play.
have a better benefit than just throwing them out now.
Thank you for that. I have had a lot of people say to me it's very dark driving on.
On that point, Councillor Connolly, perhaps, Jerry, can you just elaborate on the migration of birds and the lighting and the agreement we had at the expressway? I think it's just we need an update on that component and why, because even the public's a little confused as to why we don't have lighting.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as part of the original environmental assessment and exemption order and agreement with the province for put the road in the valley, lighting was one of the components that was identified as a concern with wildlife, with the adjacent residents, with everything to do with the valley, and therefore the minimum amount of lighting, decision point lighting, was the term and what was going to be, as far as that concerned, used in perpetuity for the facility. Now, that being said, just to maybe give a little bit, it's not that lighting wouldn't make it better, it's that we've already made that decision that that's the amount of lighting we're going to live with. If we were going to change that lighting, we may have to look at the approvals for the facility in light of that, sorry the pun, going forward to implement anything other than what's there now.
So in essence, it would open up the entire environmental assessment process.
We're not sure on that, but right now, with it being a long-term thing, not being recommended as being anything implemented right now, we don't have to look at that at this point in time.
All right, thank you. Does that clarify?
Thank you. And Councillor Collins also brings up lighting. Registrar, can you go to 20307?
To date, so knock on wood to that, but I think by extension.
Thank you. Just stopping before we go on, Mr. Moore, you hadn't done any investigation about the EA process or how it would be opened up. I communicated to Councillor Connolly, is that right?
I believe that's what I said. I wasn't sure on how exactly you'd go about that. No.
Okay. Registrar, can you press play, please? This is Councillor
Connolly referenced earlier. The most requested improvement, I think, that we've received, and this was really the cause that, and the impetus for the phase 1 study of Red Hill, was the request for lighting. It is the most common request, I think, as elected officials that we receive, at least for those of us who border Red Hill and maybe the link. And I'm surprised that there's nothing I'm looking at, again, reviewing the phase 1 again, and there's nothing there that even talks about minor improvements. So can I get an understanding? I know that Gary referenced earlier in terms of what led up to the approval of the Red Hill and the link originally with the province, and certainly some of the discussions we had around the environmental, with the environmental groups and stakeholders. But I think, I've clearly heard from constituents they're not using the road because it's not lit. And I think that's problematic. And so I want to know what the go-forward plan is. It's not included in the first list of recommendations. Is that something that comes back after a 2 or 3 year review? We implement the first phase of improvements, and then it's back in front of us to discuss whether or not to pursue lighting? Because quite frankly, I'm prepared to start the discussion right now, whether it's with the province. I've been a member of the Joint Stewardship Board since its inception, and I have no problem discussing the lighting with our Haudenosaunee neighbors, and of course dealing with other stakeholders as well. So on the issue of lighting, I understand it's a large expenditure, but I really believe that again that it would substantially increase the safe ride of both roads if in fact we were even looking at selective lighting improvements in one or more areas. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the process would be that we implement the short-term measures, identify and study to determine whether they've had an impact. and whether there has been a decrease in the overall collisions that are occurring and the types of collisions and the incidents surrounding them. Based on that, if those things occur, then the cost benefit of the long-term measures is greatly reduced, and so therefore you may not end up requiring them. So we would study it, we would implement the short-term study to determine if we've had an effect, and then going forward, if things don't improve, then we would proceed to the other areas.
Thanks for that, Dave. What prevents us from concurrently working on at least the approval process for the lighting with the recommended installation of the Appendix A list of improvements? Something that prevents us from meeting with the stakeholders, meeting with the province to discuss lighting improvements so as not to lose any time if at the end of 2 years we find that some or all of these haven't yielded the best results, we're in a position at least to start looking at the implementation of lighting improvements.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess we could do that at direction of committee, just to say that it would be an extensive, timely, resource, costly type of process to go through, in the event that eventually it wasn't deemed cost effective.
Yeah, and I would like to know I would like a report back on that. I don't think it's an issue that we should wait a year or two. As Councillor Connolly referenced earlier, there are so many people in the community, especially seniors, who've clearly stated, I'm not driving that road anytime after daylight hours because it's not easy to navigate the design of the road. It is very dark, especially during inclement weather, and that's really the reason why I had come to committee with the Green Hill to the Link Phase 1 safety review. Essentially, it was just the overwhelming number of residents calling in to say that, when it snows or there's rain, it's hard to navigate without the lighting. So I would like to amend this to ask staff to report back on the steps we would need to undertake to look at either selective or full lighting of at least of Red Hill and or portions of the Link.
Thank you. That second speaking voice, the first one was Mr. Ferguson. He's referred to as Dave there. The second speaking voice is yours. Is that right?
I believe it was.
So you understood coming out of this meeting that the committee wanted a report back on the steps that the committee could undertake to look at selective lighting or full lighting on the Red Hill?
Yeah. I believe so. I mean, at the time, that's the first time I recall hearing that, but.
Did you understand that the committee didn't want to delay in doing, in starting the process to look at selective or full lighting?
I believe Councillor Collins was looking for, okay, so what's it going to take if we do it?
Did you convey the events of this meeting on lighting to Mr. Field and or Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been them that would have done EA type stuff. It would have been our EA group that would have investigated that. And any action would have come from additional direction from council as a result of the modification of the report. We don't just take action from a verbal request from councillors in a committee, unless it's a direction that's recorded in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. There was a direction recorded in the minutes, but we can go there.
Okay.
Registrar, you can close this down. And thank you for piloting the video. Registrar, can you go into OD7, page 76? So, Mr. Moore, this is just a minor point of clarification. At 2:40, Councillor Ferguson emailed Mr. Ferguson and asked about 500 vehicles a day traveling in speeds greater than 140 kilometers an hour. Do you recall there being some controversy in the media around whether that figure was accurate?
I do recall some discussion in that regard, yes.
Okay, Registrar, can you bring up page 87, please? Pardon me, I misspoke. 97, please. And in paragraph 106, Rich Shabib, who we've talked about earlier in your evidence, he was a corridor management staff member, he forwarded an email chain that was between Mr. Malone and Mr. Ferguson about this controversy to you with some Excel spreadsheets attached. Do you recall how and why Mr. Shabib forwarded this information to you?
I don't. Whether he just thought that I should be aware of something, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 77 and 78, please? And if you can call out all of paragraph 246. So, Mr. Moore, a community group, the Lakewood Beach Community Council, emailed mayor and council on December 9th. So this is as council is reviewing the reports from PwC to ratify them. And they request considering adding one recommendation to the list of measures that are in the staff report. And in particular, they say friction testing should be a short-term measure, not a medium-term measure. And they reference a number of the collision statistics that are in the staff report. I'm going to take you through just a bit of a chronology before I ask my questions. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page 79, please. And 80, please. So in 250, you'll see that the resolution coming out of that meeting was to defer that communication from the Lakewood Beach Community Council to the next Public Works Committee meeting for further discussion. And in the next paragraph down, 251, Mr. Mader, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. White, copying Mr. Ferguson, are all discussing this, and they say, please coordinate with Gary so we can send a message on this to the group. Do you remember having discussions with any of those individuals about this request to move up the timing of the pavement friction testing set out in the staff report at this time?
I don't recall any specific discussion with them, no. Okay.
So this is December 13th. The Public Works Committee meeting is the 7th. On December 17th, you speak to Dr. Uzrowski. You see that in paragraph 253. There's a few different conversations. There's one on the 7th. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And then on December 17th, there is a reference to some notes that appear to reflect a discussion between you and Dr. Uzrowski. Do you remember speaking to him on December 17th?
I can't say that I do, no.
Okay. On that same day, and perhaps if you can just pull this out, Registrar, it is Golder 2681. You email him at 8:47 that morning. Here's the summary. And this, it looks to be a cut and paste version of the email that he emailed you back in January of 2014. And where did you go to get this information? Was this email still in your RHVP folder on your M drive?
It's very likely, yes.
Okay. Looking at those, the notes on the left side image under paragraph 354, there's a reference to Link, Red Hill Valley. Dr. Uzowski testified that he believed that you asked him to send you a copy of the Tradewind report. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. Did you tell Dr. Uzowski at this during this call that a community group was asking questions relating to friction testing?
I don't believe so. I don't know that I made any link between the two. No.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you recall what the impetus for you emailing him at 8:47 that morning with these results was, if it wasn't coming from the Public Works Committee meeting and then the LVCC request?
I cannot for the life of me figure out why I would have sent him back the exact information he sent to me without a further, you know, in regard to our discussion, or am I right? Is this what we were using? I have no idea why I would send his information back to him.
Okay. Well, it looks like you spoke to him on December 7th. I don't know what time of day and if it was before or after the Public Works Committee meeting. And then you had a more lengthy conversation, it looks like, on the 17th. That doesn't assist with the impetus for this, because it seems to me that you could draw an inference that there's a connection.
I don't know what that inference would be. There's
Okay. Registrar, can you close down Golder 2681? And bring up page 82 of OD7. At the top of page 82, at just after noon, he responded to your email attaching the Tradewind report. And he says, please find attached the November 2013 report from Tradewind. I will look at some standards or anticipated values and call you. Did you have a copy of the Tradewind report in your RHVP folder on December 17th, 2015?
I don't know. I don't know whether I asked him to send me another copy or a copy, whether I couldn't find the hard copy or I didn't have I don't know.
Okay. So he sends you attached to that email a copy of just the Tradewind report, not the Golder report with the Tradewind as an appendix. Dr. Uzrowski testified that this was the first time that you had any questions about the UK investigatory standard, and the first time that you asked him to look into standards or anticipated values. And I take it from your evidence over the last couple of days, you dispute that. Is that right?
I do. I know I had questions the first time I read it. It made no sense. And I asked Dr. Yarosowski to explain it when we met the first time to review the document.
Okay. Is it possible that the first time that you reviewed it was when you received it from him on December 17th, 2015?
No.
Okay. On December 23rd, Dr. Uzarowski emailed internally. Registrar, can you bring up 83, please? And he says to his colleagues that you have said, go ahead with the inertial profiler scan on the Red Hill. It's right at the top of 83. Why did you decide to have an inertial profile scan done on the Red Hill in December 2015?
I don't know that I did. We were looking for a profile indication to identify the location of these depressions or sumps that were occurring along the freeway. But I believe here he was confused on what I was looking for, or the initial profiler scan was the way that he was using, and I was unaware that that's how they were going to identify it. I thought it was a profile run that would indicate the depressions along the length of the freeway.
Okay. And this, I think, I've seen it referred to as dips and bumps. Is that right?
That's correct.
And to identify where the dips or bumps are, so the depressions or the slight bumps, you need it. That's very precise work, right? You need to know exactly the locations.
Yes.
And is fixing dips and bumps part of pavement maintenance as you described it yesterday? Or is it part of a resurfacing project, or would you characterize it in some other way?
You could do it if you can get them early and they're small and there's not very many of them, then you could do them as a maintenance activity. If they're larger, my concern was with the bumps, and the trucks hitting them would be starting to have an impact on the lower portions of the pavement. So that's why we needed to know exactly where they were and whether there was resulting deformations.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 84, please? So on February 2nd, he comes back and says that they've done the IRI analysis. And he says in the second paragraph, could we meet and discuss the repair strategy we initially recommend? And at the timing of this, did you also have an intention to assess whether to implement Golder's recommendations for routing and sealing, or a mill and overlay?
I don't know at this time. We were concerned with the sumps and bumps. I mean, this is in February, so there's nothing else you can really do. I mean, it's a little late to begin doing anything out there. So I think we were, tackling one problem at a time, which is what we usually did.
Okay, but so that the dips and bumps, it wouldn't make sense to tackle those if you're going to be looking to resurfacing, or it wouldn't make sense to tackle those and then try to do some other measure. So how were you assessing the dips and bumps versus Golder's recommendations for routing and sealing the longitudinal cracks?
So we needed to know where the dips and bumps were specifically, what the extent was, before we could identify a rehab approach for them. It could have been, I mean, if they weren't within the zone that he had originally recommended for resurfacing, or if some were in there, then they could be included in that and in other areas. But typically a route and seal is not a capital work. It's a maintenance item that's done by the road operations group on an ongoing basis. But
And could a root and seal deal with the dips and bumps if they were, mild or moderate?
No.
No, it's a different thing.
It's a different thing. It's like a little spinning router. You actually clean out the crack and blow it out and dry it out, and then you pour hot sealant into it. So a sump or a bump or a dip, it was a larger area of pavement that had deformed down from a smooth surface.
Okay. So if anything, the order of operations would be that you would fix dips and bumps and then you'd route and seal?
If they're not in the same area, you could route and seal an area first and then go in and do large scale. It would depend on the time of year, depend on the urgency of, appended to each one of these issues.
Apologies, I'm just wanting to make sure I have the right reference for you. Just give me 1 second. Okay, page 109, please. On January 28, Councillor Jackson emailed Mr. Ferguson about the agenda, and one of the issues was the LBCC. Registrar, can you pull up the next two, the next 110 and 111 up, please? So you see at the top of 111, Mr. Ferguson emailed them and asked, sorry, let me go back a little bit. Mr. Ferguson says that this was something that was being covered off is already being covered off, and that is in paragraph 345. And Councillor Jackson says, if Director Moore concurs, then we'll move this from receiving the correspondence only, with the caveat that staff provide a written response to the LBCC outlining and commenting on their suggestions on how staff are already or will be implementing these measures accordingly. Thoughts? And Mr. Ferguson says, I concur, and I don't believe that you do a response back to Councillor Jackson. And so as I understand Councillor Jackson's suggestion, it's that the deferral or the referral to PwC to discuss the issue of LBCC's request that friction testing be a short-term measure was going to be basically taken off the agenda if staff provided a response to them that this was already in the works. And at 350, and Registrar, can you pull at 350? Mr. Ferguson responds to that community group, and in the second paragraph says, through the support of the Public Works Committee, I am pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. You see that?
I see that, yes.
And you're copied on this email. You see that?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. And you can close that out, Registrar. You then respond just to Mr. Ferguson and say, perfect. And it's not here. I can bring it up if you need, but Mr. Ferguson responds, thank you, you being emphasized. So is it fair to conclude from this back and forth that you signed off on Mr. Ferguson advising this community group that engineering services would be doing friction testing in 2016?
I don't know, signed off's the word. My comment was from whatever amount of attention I paid to that, it was perfect.
Okay, so Mr. Moore, Mr. Ferguson says, this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016.
Right.
You agree with me that Mr. Ferguson would not make a commitment to a community group on behalf of engineering services to do something in that same calendar year unless he discussed it with you and you had agreed. Is that fair?
No, that's not necessarily so.
Okay. You didn't direct friction testing to be completed at any point in 2016, did you?
I don't recall, no.
You don't recall doing it and you don't have any evidence that it was done, right?
That it was done, no. I believe I've seen other emails that are with Ludimir that are inconclusive, that it looked like we were talking about it, but I don't recall planning it at all.
Okay, but nothing occurred in 2016, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest to you that you and Mr. Ferguson had a discussion before he sent this email back to the LBCC. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Ferguson about this?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you had received this email and you hadn't had discussions with Mr. Ferguson and he had just gone on his own and committed engineering services to do this testing, I'm going to suggest to you, you would not have responded with the phrase perfect, would you?
If I read that, indeed, I believe I thought that that was a correct at that time. I don't have any other evidence to the contrary.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next paragraph, please? Pardon me, the next page, please. 112. And call it 355. So this is again in the back and forth about friction testing. And Mr. White is responding to Mr. Lupton, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Mader and says, this looks like the RHVP safety stuff. The issue is the friction asphalt test, which Gary says is done. We've asked for a copy of results, but haven't seen it yet. So this is at February of 2016. At this point, had anyone asked from traffic, asked you personally for a copy of the friction test results at any point prior to this time?
Not that I'm aware of or can recall.
Okay. And if they had asked for a copy of the results, what would you have said?
That I'm probably still waiting for clarification on it. We've got them done. The results look good. And I'm just asking, I've asked our consultant for clarification on with regard to the standard.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can call out 356, and apologies, I should have had this up when I asked that last question. This is unrelated. That email we were just looking at was not asking you for information, but on February 25, yeah, you respond to Ms. Cameron's email to Mr. Ferguson in respect of the community group. And you copy Mr. Lupton and you say some skid roughness, skid resistance friction testing has been done. and you say, I'm trying to get some analysis and put into context, like how does this compare to other highways of a similar type? Had you asked Dr. Uzarowski to look into how Tradewinds tests values compared to highways of a similar type?
I don't recall that discussion. It's something that would have been valuable, but I don't recall asking Ludimir or Dr. Yarosowski that we were looking at that. I was still trying to get the British standard addressed.
Okay. Can you close this out, please? And so just as a matter of the way the Public Works Committee meeting works, Mr. Ferguson has advised staff, has advised the community group that engineering services is going to do friction testing. And so the correspondence that they sent initially requesting the friction testing be moved to a short-term measure, that just gets received as received as correspondence. And am I correct in, I'm asking for your understanding the way PwC works, that once that happens, staff don't need to speak to that issue, any issue that's just received by correspondence. Is that right?
Yeah, if it's just received, it's just for information. There's no action resulting as a.
Okay. So the MTO had sent you the 2007 friction testing results. What was the basis in the email that was just called out for you to say that the MTO was very guarded with this information?
My discussions with Ludimir and the for lack of a better term, cloak and dagger that we had to go through to get the information in the first place. I mean, they wanted to do the testing of our roadway, and we said yes, but we want a copy of that information. But there was no direct communication between myself and the MTO. It was given to Ludimir, and then Ludimir gave it to me.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 107, please? So I was just asking you about the time period in February, just taking a step back slightly in time. Registrar, could you bring up 108 as well? Thank you. So a reporter from the Hamilton Spectator contacted the MTO asking whether the MTO had ever conducted friction testing. And there's some internal discussions about this. The MTO's response is, MTO has conducted friction testing on the pavement surface of the Red Hill in order to evaluate the long-term performance of the stone used in the asphalt pavement. See that at the top of 108?
Yes.
And then on January 22, Ms. Lane emailed Dr. Uzarowski and said, I've received a strange media request about performance on the Parkway. Do you keep in touch with Hamilton on that project? Are you aware of performance issues, perhaps cracking issue? I'm in the dark on this one. And he forwards that email to you and says, obviously she doesn't know anything about any issues. What if anything, did you understand him to mean, obviously she does not know anything about any issues?
I don't know what he would be, what have been referring to.
Okay. Did you contact Ms. Lane to discuss the media request that she had received that he had flipped to you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 84, please? page 85. If you can put it page 84 and 85 together. Thank you. So back to those emails that we were looking at where he had sent you the IRI analysis. So you respond at the bottom of 84. This does nothing really for me. We do IRI on entire roads, which you and I talked about yesterday, Mr. Moore. And you said, I'm only interested in dealing with the settlements along the Red Hill. Where are they? Are they related to buried infrastructure, trench excavation ducts? That's what I want to fix. And he says, we're going to fine tune the analysis. Eventually you follow up in 286. I've asked twice now, but I haven't seen any proposal for this work. That's an example of, the ways that you have to chase Dr. Zarowski occasionally. Is that fair?
It's fair. He was a busy guy. Yep.
Yeah. And then he emailed you on March 1st and said, we have information ready to go, suggested a meeting. Registrar, can you go to 86 and 87, please? He forwards you at 272 a Excel spreadsheet that has the bump and dip analysis. And then you forward that in 277 to Marco Audi. Mr. Audi is the construction manager, right?
Yes.
And so at this point, were you and Mr. Audi discussing pavement? I'm going to call it rehabilitation. You can call it maintenance measures.
No, I think we were trying to determine what the cause of these were. Mr. Audi was intimately involved with the construction in the field, the pre-construction conditions and what went in the ground as it went in out there. So I think we were trying to determine were these related to some infrastructure that we had put in. Was it related to some infrastructure we had removed in order to create the freeway? Or were they unrelated and simply random occurrences? So that's what we were putting our mind to.
Okay. But all of that was with a view to fixing it at some point. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
At this point, was Mr. Andoga or anyone from asset management involved in that discussion?
It's possible. Anytime we're going to work on the road out there, then you're going to involve asset management in some fashion.
Okay. In February and March of 2016, Dr. Uzrowski corresponds with Tradewind about the correlation of grip test and MTO testing. Further to his email in December 2015, where he says, I'll go get some analysis. Dr. Zarowski has testified that he then met with you on March 4, 2016. And there's a reference in his notebook at the top of page 86, paragraph 271.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that meeting?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Dr. Zarowski testified that he told you about his correspondence with Tradewind, that there was no clear correlation between the friction values from the grip tester, which Tradewind used, and the friction values from the locked wheel, which MTO used, and that there was no official Ontario friction standard. Do you recall Dr. Uzrowski giving you that information?
I don't, and I'm not sure I received that type of information, because that would have been very concerning to me in everything I had understood to date, and the results that they had provided, it would have made the report virtually useless without further clarification on the standard or anything.
Okay, so I'm
But
just
I
gonna,
don't, so that's why I'm not sure, because I don't think I've ever been aware that you know, that I was that had been explained to me at all.
okay. I'm just gonna break down the two things that he says he told you. So the first is that the lack of a clear correlation in friction values between the grip test and the locked wheel test. Do you recall Dr. Uzrowski explaining that distinction between grip tester values and locked wheel testing values to you?
I knew there was a difference when we first met, and it was explained that Tradewin had used the grip tester. So back in 2013, when we first met, because that was again part of my questions, you know, is this what MTO used? How can we, you know, is this the same? And my understanding at the time was they were an apples to apples comparison.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Uzrowski telling you anything in this meeting that would correct your understanding about these being an apples to apples comparison, apples to apples values?
I don't. No, I don't recall that.
Is that your evidence then that he did not do that at this meeting?
I just don't recall, and I don't. I believe that I would have recalled that type of occurrence, you know, that this is when this was explained to me, or that it was explained. It's fairly significant in terms of the report, and I just I don't know that was ever explained in those terms.
Okay. That it was, you don't think it was ever explained in those terms?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you understand from this meeting or otherwise that grip tester devices generally return values that are higher than locked wheel values?
No, I don't.
No,
I
you
don't
did
know
not
that I
have
ever.
an
I don't
understanding?
know that I ever knew that. So I don't believe. I don't know if or when that was ever explained to me.
Okay. So not only are they not apples to apples, but a grip tester value of say 40 is not as good as a locked wheel value of 40. Did you understand that from Dr. Uzrowski?
No, absolutely not.
He testified that you and he discussed his recommendation from the Golder report to do microsurfacing and blasting. And do you recall discussions about that?
I do recall talking about microsurfacing and shot blasting and skid abrading with Ludomir. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that happening in March of 2016?
I can't say when that was. No.
Okay. Do you recall that happening as a result of you going and asking him to consider the friction testing issue, the standards and how to interpret it, and then from that discussion that you then turn to potential recommendations? Is that how you remember that unfolding?
No, I don't, because I wouldn't have turned to how are we going to fix this until I understood what the issue was, or was there a problem at all, and how to explain the discrepancies between what MTO was telling us, the numbers we were getting, and what he had previously said in his recommendations initially.
Okay. I don't think I understood your last answer. You said, you said I wouldn't have turned to fixing it until I could understand if there was a problem at all and how to explain the discrepancies between what the MTO was telling us, the numbers we were getting, and what he had previously said in his recommendations initially. What was that last bit when he?
Well, the initial numbers, you know, that he had indicated, I believe in 213 in his report, at least they inferred to me that they were an apples to apples. And that numbers were increasing, because his reference was that, I believe, is that although the numbers are increasing, they're below a certain standard. So the inference there is that, to me, is that they're an apples and apples comparison because they're increasing, but only when you compare it against this standard, there's a problem. If you don't compare it against that standard, if that standard's incorrect, there's no problem.
I understand.
That's my understanding.
And that view about the apples to apples comparison, you held that during your entire tenure as director of engineering? Is that?
I don't believe that I had any information provided that showed me any different.
Okay. Dr. Uzrowski's evidence was that his understanding, his impression coming out of this meeting on March 4th was that you were interested in doing something to remedy the friction condition of the pavement, and that you wanted him to give you a plan to remedy the issue that he had identified for you. And that he went and then emailed a bunch of people to get blasting and micro surfacing information. Do you recall that part of the conversation?
I do not.
Okay. And did you, at this meeting, ask Dr. Uzrowski to go out and get information about microsurfacing or other kinds of blasting?
I don't believe I did. I believe we were still focused on the bump and the dip analysis.
Okay. So you said earlier this morning that you talked to him about microsurfacing and skirted brazing, but you didn't give him any direction to actually go get you a quote or anything like that. And just to be fair to you, we are going to come back to a place where he does provide you with some information.
If you want to wait till then, you know.
Sure, I do want to.
That's probably better, because there is some indication there that there was some confusion again on what had been asked, similar to the when he came back with the profiler information is, again, that's not what I was looking for. So
okay,
when you get to that, we can talk about it if you'd like.
Thank you. So just before we get to that, really just coming out of this March 4th meeting, I just want to make sure that your evidence is clear. Did you ask Ludomir to go out and do any other inquiries in respect of shot blasting or microsurfacing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you ask him to go out and do other inquiries about anything else related to the friction values on the pavement?
No, I was still looking for his explanation of the British standard.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 117, please? And if you can bring up 118 as well. So Dr. Uzrowski obtains a quote for skidabrading, and that's was for $301,888, and that's at paragraph 374 on 117. Had you and Dr. Uzrowski talked about skidabrading as a potential measure for the pavement?
I don't believe so. I believe that when he came with this correspondence. It was the first time I'd ever heard of it.
Okay. So he made an entry in his notebook on March 14th, and it says Gary Moore spec friction proposals. And then you send him an email. And actually, let's bring up that email. It is GOL 2697. So this isn't an email exchange. This is just you sending an email saying it's skid. You say the subject line is skid testing, and you say 300,000 is just a ridiculous amount. I don't need the whole road tested. I don't need every wheel path of lane. 4 to 6 spots would be representative of, or worst case is all I need at the most at this point. I expect it's still too expensive. So just starting with the subject line, did you ask Dr. Uzurowski to go out and try to get new skid testing done, friction testing done?
From my response here, that appears to what I was asking him to do. I didn't recall, planning to do additional testing originally before, we got involved in the inquiry. But from this email, it's pretty clear to me that I was looking for skid testing. I wasn't expecting anything to become $300,000. And I said about the road tested. I don't believe I had asked him for anything else other than that.
Okay. But you do think you asked him to go make inquiries about another skid test?
From the email here, that's the only way that I can interpret what was happening at the time.
Okay. And you say 4 to 6 spots would be representative, or worst case is all I need at most. So how are you going to decide the 4 to 6 spots for friction testing?
I don't know what that was based on.
Okay. Registrar, you can close down the image 2 and just go back to the OD, please. And if you can bring up the next page. And if you can call out 377 and 378. So Dr. Uzurowski confirms that this is for a big skid abrader, and that it's a machine that restores texture and brings the skid numbers high. And then you respond, sorry, I thought you were talking about more testing. I've never heard of this technology or what it does. Besides, it doesn't address the cracking and the need to address the surface distresses and deformations, the humps and sumps. Or dips and bumps. That's the same thing, right?
Yes.
So I don't think we're interested. Thanks. So did you understand Dr. Uzurowski to be suggesting that skid abrading would be a measure to deal with skid numbers or skid resistance, but that it wouldn't be of use for the other things that he had identified in 2014, the cracking, and what you had identified, the dips and bumps?
I don't know what he understood. From here, it's clear that there was some sort of disconnect between what I had asked him and what he was providing.
Okay. Did you want at this point to address dips and bumps?
Yes.
And did you want to address the cracking?
I believe so, yes.
And
that's what he had identified, yes.
And did you want to address his concerns that the friction levels were not sufficient?
I don't know that that was the case. Yeah, it appears I'm still talking about more testing.
Okay, let me put it differently. Did you want some measure that would increase the skid numbers on the Red Hill?
I don't believe I ever asked him for that.
I wasn't asking what you asked him for. I was asking what you were looking to do with the pavement.
I don't believe I was looking to address any frictional characteristics of the pavement because I had no concern with them.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 120, please? Actually, can you bring up 119 and 120 together? So if you look at paragraph 382, which goes into 120, Mr. Andoga emailed someone at Norjon, Derek Nunn, we'll get to that in a moment, and he also copied you and Mr. Sadawi, Mr. Hughes, and Mr. McShane. And he says, so this is the email to Mr. Nunn. We're proposing to address pavement rehabilitation needs on the Link and the Red Hill. The objective is to improve skid resistance on the Red Hill, seal the existing pavement for the ramps on the Link, and extend pavement life, as well as increase service levels. And then he invites Walker to submit a proposal for a rehabilitation strategy that would meet those objectives. And then you'll see at 383, Mr. Andoga also writes to Mr. Beck and Mr. Jacob and Mr. Jazvac and Mr. McCafferty and Mr. Audi saying basically the same. We're going to do some programming and the objective is skid resistance, repair settlement areas. And that's it. And then Miller Group and Norjon have been invited. So just giving you that bit of that context. Did you have discussions with Mr. Andoga about undertaking pavement rehabilitation needs on the Link and the Red Hill before these emails in April of 2016?
It's very possible, but I don't recall specifically. I mean, there was an ongoing everyday conversation with asset management.
Okay. Did you tell him that any pavement rehabilitation measure should include as an outcome, an increase in skid resistance?
I don't believe that's a correct terminology. You want to provide a high friction surface with whatever you do is a more appropriate term, but I mean, sealing the pavement and improving, I mean, if you repave it, it's an automatic outcome if you use the proper high friction type mixes.
Sure, but short of repaving, if there's going to be pavement rehabilitation measures put in place, did you tell Mr. Andoga that one of the outcomes that you were looking for with any pavement rehabilitation measure was that it would improve friction?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you convey to him, that's Mr. Andoga, that the friction values on the Red Hill needed to be improved?
I don't believe so. I don't believe I was under the impression that they needed to be improved.
Okay. Did you provide Mr. Andoga with a copy of the Golder report to assist in his work?
I would have thought that I would have provided the IRI section to him, but
Why wouldn't you provide the whole thing to him? Why would you provide the whole Golder report to him?
It's possible I did. I just don't recall.
Okay. So you said earlier that the Golder report lived in your M drive. Was there any place that Mr. Andoga could have obtained a copy if he went looking for it?
I believe there was a hard copy either on my shelf or on my desk. I don't know that I had the soft copy in my file.
Mr. Uzrowski delivered it to you by email.
I'm sorry, which time was that?
On January 31, 2014.
When he came down, he brought hard copies. He may have sent me the email before that. I
Yeah.
don't know whether I kept that once I got the hard copies.
Okay. And so you didn't give him a copy of the Golder report to your best recollection? Yeah, Mr. Andoga.
I don't know.
Okay. And you didn't give him a copy of the Tradum report?
Well, it was appended inside of the Golder report. So if I gave him the Golder, he had both.
I understand, but if you didn't give him the Golder, did you give him the Tradewin report?
I don't. It's unlikely given my mindset that it was incomplete or incorrect.
Okay. Mr. Nunn provided a presentation from Norjon, provided a presentation that had to deal with a ultra-thin bonded wearing course. Doesn't appear that you attended that presentation, but do you recall discussions within engineering services about the potential of using an ultra-thin bonded wearing course as a method to seal the pavement and increase friction?
I'm sorry, where was that again?
I was hoping not to have to take you there, but I can. I was just asking if you had a recollection of that.
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 122? Sorry, I think I misspoke before. I think I suggested that Mr. Munn said that you weren't at this presentation. In fact, I think you were at the presentation. Does that, so I didn't mean to provide you with the wrong information. So is that a meeting with Mr. Nunn? Do you know Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember any presentation about an ultra thin bonded wearing course?
I'm trying to remember what it exactly is. So I can't recall what it is. So I don't know whether I attended or not.
It's an emulsification or an emulsion that is put onto the surface with brushes that push into the cracks and seal it and provide high skid resistance. Is that helpful?
I remember seeing a field presentation of that
Okay.
The roads department was doing on a rural road.
Okay. There was also some discussion with Miller Group about providing a proposal that would meet those objectives from Andoga's email that improve skid resistance, extend the pavement life, seal cracks on the link ramps. And an individual from Miller had an exchange with Mr. Andoga about the Dartnell ramps. And I think Mr. Andoga's idea was to do some test strips on Dartnell ramps. Does that ring a bell to you? I
do recall that there was some that Mr. Andoga was trying to assess the appropriateness of that.
Okay. So it looks to me at this point, you've gone from dealing with Dr. Uzarowski, who's suggesting a mill and overlay or some sort of routing and sealing, and then Mr. Andoga has taken on trying to assess appropriate rehabilitation needs. Is that how you recall that Mr. Andoga sort of took up this mantle when you were unsatisfied with Dr. Uzarowski's $300,000 skid abrading quote?
I know asset management and road ops was looking at different ways of addressing road resurfacing for the regular roads program. And when the need to resurface the link came up, I believe they did look at all, whether there are any of these alternatives that were appropriate for use out there. Our previous experience with the microsurfacing and those types of things had not been successful on lesser volume and lesser speed roads. They did provide an increased skid resistance for a short period of time on those types of roads, but I don't know how that increased skid resistance compared in any way, shape, or form to what was out there now, or whether it indeed would have provided a higher level of skid resistance.
Right. So it made more sense to have your internal teams trying to figure out the best approach rather than getting some recommendations without context from Dr. Uzarowski. Is that fair?
Well, the things that were being proposed weren't fulsome approaches to address all of the issues.
I understand. And so having your colleagues, where it's part of their job to figure out the next best thing, it made more sense for them to be doing that rather than Dr. Uzarowski, right?
Yes, but they were doing it as part of their job anyways, so.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 150, please? So fast forwarding to early 2017. Registrar, can you pull out 454 to 457, please? Thank you. So in 2017, Mr. Ferguson emails you and Mr. Zowie and says, I'm following up on the plans for the link. You'd mentioned last year that you were planning on repaving the RHVP and we should hold off installing reflective markers till that time. And you recall you did tell Mr. Ferguson in 2016 that the plan was to do some pavement rehab work in 2017. Do you remember that?
I believe that's what the correspondence in early 2016 from Rick indicated, yes.
Yeah. So Mr. Moore, you respond to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sadao, and you said, yeah, we need to do it soon, or at least start a program a bit each year for 5 years. Sam set up a meeting with traffic ops to discuss timing and need. And that's in respect of the scope that I think goes back to Mr. Ferguson saying to install reflective markers, right?
Yeah, they wanted to go out there and install the markers, yes.
Right. And then Mr. Andoga responds and says, totally agree. Road ops will be completing test strips in 2017, which will result in the project program to address the surface needs. The same will be reflected in the 2018 budget. So just so that I'm clear, do you know what test strips Mr. Andoga is talking about in 2017?
I believe those were the ones with Norjon and Walker Industries or whoever it was with on the Dartnell Road of the appropriateness of those other technologies that he was looking at.
Okay. And if it wasn't those technologies, what else would be the test strips that would happen in 2017 in advance of and to figure out a program to address the surface needs?
I don't know what other test strips would.
Okay. You don't have to do test strips if you're just doing.
No, because we're aware of the other technology. We were looking to try and do some cost-effective work.
Registrar, can you bring up you can close it down and bring up the next page. And so it looks that by early February, Betty Matthews Malone is reporting to her staff that asset management was looking to do a shave and pave in 2018, 2019. Do you see that in the indented paragraph at the bottom?
I do see that.
And this is February 7th. She's talking about a meeting the day before, which is referenced in the paragraph immediately above. So by February 6th, the decision was to do a shave and pave and not do any sort of rehab through Norjon or Miller. Is that right?
I believe that's what that indicates. At some point in time, we come to the conclusion that the only thing to do would be the shave and pave.
Okay. There's only a week in between those emails I was looking at where it says the test strip and these emails, or maybe 2 weeks, January 25 to December 6th. Do you remember what occurs during that period of time to make that shift from potential rehabilitation measures to shave and pave?
I don't.
Okay. Shave and pave would be planned as a project that goes for budgeting through capital works. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And using shave and pave, I think you said earlier, repaving would have the benefit of increasing friction as long as you use good pavement that has good frictional qualities, right?
Yes, I don't know. I don't think the term increasing friction is a proper term. It would provide a renewed surface with a high friction, with the benefit of a high friction mix. So I don't know that it would be higher.
That's fine. I appreciate the clarification. Was that a factor that is the benefit to friction if you put down a new surface? Was that a factor in deciding to do the shave and pave over trying to find some other rehabilitative options?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And was Dr. Uzorowski's, and let me say that differently, was the Tradewin report values, was that a factor at all in the decision to do a shave and pave in 2018 instead of waiting till 2020, which you had several years before said would be the next shave and pave?
That
acceleration.
I don't believe so.
In your mind, was it?
I don't believe so. No one had indicated with any certainty there was any problem with the friction.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 108, please? At 341, in September of 2016, you are the submitter of a report prepared by Mr. McGuire and Mr. Field on lighting. And Registrar, can you bring up 109 briefly, please? Thank you. And I'm actually going to go into the actual document. Can you bring up HAM 58680?
Just before we do this, I noticed that we've reached 11:30.
I suspect that this is going to be a couple of questions, and then I thought we would take our break.
That's fine. Let's proceed.
Registrar, can you bring up the next image as well, please? Oh, can you bring up the image after that? There's a weird formatting on this one. So this is just a 2-page document, Mr. Moore. And you'll see it's submitted by you, and I think I already said, prepared by Mr. McGuire and Mr. Field. And this says, at the meeting in December of 2015, the committee directed staff to report back about the cost and process. And so we went through that, and Councillor Collins had asked that, and you said if there was a direction, there was a direction.
Yep.
And there's reference to the EA process. And at the end of the report, Registrar, can you pull it out, actually, the last paragraph? Actually, no, the last two paragraphs, please. It references preliminary high estimate costs. It says a consultant review included it says in the second paragraph, the consultant review, which I believe is the 2015 SEMA report, included a high-level discussion relating to lighting. The high-level review is not comprehensive enough to guide any staff recommendations. In order to fully understand the benefits, risks, and challenges, a more fulsome review and business analysis would be undertaken. The approximate cost would be $100,000. So this is 9 months after the Public Works Committee meeting, where Councillor Collins says, I don't want to wait, I want to report back. And this says, we think that we need a report, another consultant report. Why did it take 9 months to come to that conclusion?
Why did it take 9 months? Well, it took 9 months to get the report written and submitted. I mean, so it's really only 7 months, because it takes 2 months to get a report through the review process, or six weeks. Why it took that long? What other things were happening? What was the date of this?
September 2016. I'm just trying to understand if you have any insight into why, if coming out of the December Public Works Committee meeting, Councillor Collins is asking for a report, saying he doesn't want to wait 2 years. And you've said you looked at the SEMA report, you didn't think that it was sufficient, or you didn't like the context of it, it wasn't comprehensive enough. Why did it take, let's say, 7 months to develop a report that said, let's go get another report?
Staff was working on this report. They brought it forward when they finished it. I don't know. I can't say now what other issues were occupying staff's time, or what they were more appropriately working on.
Okay, I don't think that you were the primary drafter of this, but you reviewed it and signed off on it.
That as director, whenever report was done, that was typically what the general manager wanted, was the general manager, the director's signature on it, that they were okay with what was in it. I was okay what was in it, but I definitely wasn't, appears I wasn't chasing it down, and neither was the general manager's admin or my admin with regard to outstanding business. So I'm not sure on what the expectation of how quickly this was going to be brought forward was.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions on this topic, and I'll be moving to something else. So I propose that this would be a good time to take a 15-minute break.
Okay, let's take our break, and we'll return at 10 to 12.
Thank you. Could you put council in a breakout room, please? Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD7, page 177, please? And if you can bring up 178 as well, please. Mr. Moore, in March of 2017, the traffic engineering and operations group prepared a update for a report to council on safety improvements on the link and the Red Hill. And the report was relatively short and included an appendix. Did you see any copies? In fact, maybe we should go to the report itself just to refresh your memory. Can you go, Registrar, to 25869? Pardon me, 25870. Can you bring up the next image, please? So this is submitted by Mr. White, and you'll see it is quite short in terms of the actual update. It's one paragraph on the first page. Staff were requested to do an update from the Public Works Committee, and there are two appendices. One is the short-term improvements and one is the medium and long-term improvements. Registrar, can you bring up Appendix B, which should be image 3? Thank you. And do you recall if you saw this report in draft before it was finalized and sent to council?
I don't recall, but I don't believe I did.
Okay. You'll see under the medium-term options, conduct pavement friction testing was listed as completed. Did you have any discussions with anyone about the status of that improvement and whether it had been completed or not?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so to your recollection, no one contacted you and asked for a status of the friction testing medium-term option?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay, did you review this report when it was circulated? And Registrar, I'm sorry to interrupt just before you answer. Registrar, can you go back to image 1 of this document? Image 1 has a list of the people that this is copied to. I don't know if that helps you.
Yeah, there's no one there from engineering services that this was sent to. I don't believe we did because there's a couple of comments on the next page that I believe I would have responded to or had a comment on had I seen it. So I would have to say it's unlikely that I did.
Okay, Registrar, can you have it so that image 1 and image 3 are up? Thank you. And so when you said that there's some things that you would have responded or had a comment on, and I just want to make sure that I had my question down. You mean if you'd received a draft before it was finalized, you would have had some comments on it?
I believe so.
Okay. Some of the traffic operations and engineering staff have testified that they relied on an understanding that friction testing had been completed because you had told them verbally that friction testing had been completed. Had you told traffic staff that friction testing had been completed?
I don't know what this completed is in reference to. If it's in reference to the 213 trade wind testing, then it's correct, but I don't believe we did any other testing in that time period after this was originally identified.
Okay, so you didn't do any testing from the December 7th PWC meeting, December 7th, 2015 PWC meeting to March of 2017.
I don't recall doing any, but no, I don't.
So you said you would have had some other comments in respect of this document. There's a number of references here, some to engineering services. So the shield rock cuts, it says to be reviewed by engineering services. So does end-to-end illumination. And then the other three, the barrier on both of them and the rumble strips, say to be completed during resurfacing or to be reviewed and considered during resurfacing. And so can you tell me what would your comments have been if you had reviewed a draft of this?
I would have asked what the shield rock cut reference was to and what we were being expected to do. And the end-to-end illumination, we'd already taken that other report forward. So that could be, I'm not sure on the timing of between this and that other report that you just showed me on Gord's.
That was September 2016.
Then I would have, said that that's already underway or being addressed.
Okay. And in terms of the barrier system and the shoulder rumble strips, which are referenced in relation to resurfacing, in March of 2017, were you aware of discussions about the scope of the resurfacing as it related to traffic-related improvements?
It seems I do recall that there was traffic was asking for a number of things to be included in the resurfacing project, but I don't recall specifically what they were.
Okay. I'm going to take you there, so hopefully I can refresh your memory when I do. Registrar, you can actually, one more question on this. I think I was asking if you'd received these when they were in draft. I may be repeating your question. Apologies if I am. Did you take note of this when it was circulated coming out of council?
I can't say I did.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead a little in time, and then I will return to the issue of the scope discussions. Registrar, can you close this down and go back into OD7 and page 178, please? 178, 179. And if you can call out first 518. Thank you. So in March, Mr. Mader circulated a calendar invitation for a meeting scheduled for May 1st. Link and RHV plan was the title of the calendar invitation. And he attached agenda that had the following agenda items. He sent this invitation to you and Mr. McKinnon, who had taken on as general manager, to Betty Matthews Malone, to Mr. White, to Alan Kirkpatrick, Dave Ferguson, and Jason Warren. Do you recall receiving the calendar invitation for this May 1st, 2017 meeting?
No, I can't say that I do specifically.
Do you remember having any discussions with Mr. Mader either before or after he circulated this calendar invitation about what this meeting was to be for, what the purpose was going to be?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. You'll see that under the agenda, there's a review of reports and council direction. There's a status of recommended improvements, short, medium, and long. And then there's friction testing results and the OBL directions, strategy to address, and so what, which I think relates to the stars under short, medium, and long term. Do you recall reviewing this agenda before this meeting and seeing that there was a reference to friction test results?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. To prepare for this meeting, did you review the Golda report or the Tradewind report?
Not that I can specifically recall, no.
Okay. Did you make copies of those reports to hand out to people who were there?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you follow up with Dr. Uzarowski at this point in respect of what I think your evidence has been your continued confusion around the Tradewind report?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you follow up with Dr. Uzarowski on any other aspect of friction testing between the time when you received this calendar invitation, which is in late March, and May 1st?
No, I don't recall any urgency to provide any or to look at anything like that.
Okay, and it wasn't you who asked for friction testing to be added to the agenda, was it?
I don't believe so. It's my sense that Dan in the new general manager's position just wanted to get a handle on everything that was occurring out there on the Lincoln Red Hill, and that this was more of going to be an update meeting. This is what's happening. This is where we are. This is what's going on.
Okay. Registrar, can you close out those call outs? And can you pull up HAM 25967?
Sorry, Council, I think I misheard you.
I think I misspoke. HAM 25976. That's it, thank you. And can you bring up 2 pages at a time, please? Mr. Moore, do you recall at this meeting that this slide deck was presented? We can go through it in a bit more detail, but before we do, just looking at the first few pages, do you recall this presentation?
I seem to recall that John had a presentation, but I couldn't, this doesn't, specifically remind me of anything.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up image 3 and 4, please? So I know this is a little hard to read, but this is basically a timeline. Registrar, would you mind? Yeah, just the slide itself. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a timeline, basically from 2004, and it has reports in green, and then it has third-party information in gray, then it has the various motions from PwC, and then it has the reports that relate to those motions, and there's lines that connect those various documents where they're related. And so this takes us through the 2013 report, the 2014 report, the December 2015 report, the September 2016 lighting report that we just looked at. One we did not look at was the expansion of the Red Hill and the Link in October of 2016. There's also a traffic feasibility information report in 2017. There was a rumble strips on the Link report, which we haven't taken you to. And then there was the March 24, 2017 safety improvement update, which we just looked at. So that goes through both the reports and also the corresponding motions and reports. Registrar, can you go to image 9, please? So I'm going to jump forward, but what I can tell you is that each of those colored boxes on the document we just looked at, they then are expanded in slides. So this is the reference to the November 2013 report, and it says the status of various countermeasures, and it says that the friction testing is complete. Registrar, can you bring up image 18? And here, this is the reference to the 2015 report, and it has also friction testing being listed as complete. Mr. Warren, Jason Warren, prepared this presentation. Did he ask you to confirm the accuracy of it before he before May 1st?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so we just looked at the 2013 report, and it says friction testing complete. And I think your evidence to date is that it was complete because of trade wind report, because of the trade wind testing. Is that right?
Well, I don't know what they're referring to. The only testing that was done was the trade wind report. So I'm not sure if they were referring to that, then it's complete, but it wasn't $40,000. And I don't think the trade wind report was even listed as one of the reports on the summary.
It wasn't, nor was the Golder report.
So I don't think I think this was prepared in the absence of any asking me anything.
Okay. And I think your evidence just from looking at that March 2017 information update was that, to your knowledge, there had been no friction testing completed between 2015 and 2017 that would have been testing that where you could actually mark off that the testing had been complete on this document.
I don't know what their understanding was.
Okay. You're quite right that the Golder report and the trade wind report are not listed on that timeline at the beginning. Did you tell anyone in the meeting on May 1st about the existence of the Golder report or the trade wind report?
Well, I don't recall any specific discussion, but traffic was well aware that the report had been done.
How so?
Well, we've already seen previous correspondence that they asked me for the results, so they knew it was done. I had explained to them I was waiting for clarification, so they knew that the existence. Martin and the other traffic person knew it was done in 13 when I told them I couldn't get the information on their. We had done the work, but we couldn't do their crosswalks. I had explained the summary of the results with their consultant on at least one, if not two occasions, and discussed it at another previous meeting. So they're well aware that I had done the work, we had done the work and done the investigation, that we were simply still waiting for clarification. So it's not like they didn't know that it existed.
When you say it, you mean the fact that friction testing had been done?
That's correct.
Okay. My question was more specific. Did you tell anyone in the meeting about the existence of the Golder report and the Tradewin report? And I can just sort of clarify what I mean by that. Did you tell anyone, I have a report that I got from my consultant Golder that deals with pavement condition and also has a summary of friction testing?
I don't recall the discussions during that.
Okay. And did you tell anyone at this meeting that you had a report from a company that had gone and tested the friction that included the friction values and some language about what they had found?
I don't recall, but I probably wouldn't have put it in those terms. It would have been more likely, hey, what about the Golder and Tradewin and the friction testing I did in 13? I don't see any reference to it here. But I don't recall specifically whether there was any discussion in that regard.
Okay, so you just can't remember either way, whether you raised the Golder report or the Tradewin report?
It's hard to believe that I didn't, given the inaccuracies of these things. So,
okay. On the Tradewin report, is it your evidence that you told Mr. Martin or Mr. White or Mr. Mader that you had a written report that summarized testing that a company had done for friction on the Red Hill? In this meeting or otherwise, just sort of generally?
I don't know in this meeting. I do believe that was the discussion we had seen in previous correspondence. I believe that it was a review with traffic staff and their consultant. When asked about the report, I believe I explained that we had the results. They looked good, and we were waiting for clarification against standards, or words to that effect.
Okay, the distinction I'm trying to make is between friction results and a report that summarizes and includes friction values. Did you ever convey to anybody in traffic that you had a written report from Tradewin? Not using Tradewin's name, just the fact that it existed in writing.
We discussed the results of those. So I believe it was implied that I had a report. If we're discussing results, I must have had a report.
My question was, did you convey to them that you had a report?
I don't know what, I don't know how to explain it any different.
Did you use the words, I have a report, but I'm not sure if I am confident about the content? Did you use those?
I believe that was the discussion with their consultant.
Okay.
And traffic staff.
Do you see the distinction I'm trying to make between friction test results for people who might not know what friction test results look like? You know, what they actually, if it's just numbers, if it's a chart. And I have a report from a consultant who did this work. That's the distinction I'm trying to make. And I'm asking if you told anybody that you had a written report that summarized the friction on the Parkway.
I believe that's what the previous correspondence indicated, that I had a report and I was waiting for clarification. I don't know that I said we had numbers and we've got a report and I'm waiting for context of the results that we achieved.
I think you're referring to the year before when you wrote to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lepnin And what you said was some roughness, skid resistance, friction testing has been done. I'm still trying to get analysis for it and put it into context. So you don't use the word report there.
Oh, okay.
I don't mean to be repetitive. I'm asking, and
Results in a report don't mean a difference to me.
okay. What do you recall about what you conveyed to the attendees at this meeting about friction testing on the Red Hill?
I don't know. Is there, I mean, I'd assume that there would be minutes from this that might indicate what I said, but
There's not.
Yeah.
Did you take any notes of this meeting?
pardon?
Did you
Sorry?
take any notes of this meeting?
No, it's unlikely.
Is it you just can't remember what you told them, if anything?
Yeah, typically a meeting like this, there would be minutes taken and then distributed. If, you know, people wanted to understand what was happening, that would be a normal thing, but I don't know why there wouldn't have been minutes taken.
And so you can't remember sitting here today what you told them at that meeting, if anything, about
I
friction?
attended hundreds of meetings.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up image 10, please? And can you call that out? It's a little bit hard to read this one. This is, again, back the November 18, 2013 report. Registrar, can you go to the next image? Thank you. That's the one I was looking for. Still a little hard to read. Where it says red, all of those say incomplete. Can you sort of decipher that, even though
Yes.
it's blurry?
Yep.
All right, so there's several that are incomplete. Restripe one lane for each ramp. That's not an engineering services job, right?
No.
And at the bottom, replace exit road sign with diagrammatic sign. That's also not an engineering services.
That's correct.
And then there's the install pavement marking text. It's kind of in the middle. That's also not an engineering services.
Right.
And then the two that I think are where you may have had an interest, it says install lighting on ramp. And I think we've had lots of discussions over the last few days about lighting issues. That by 2017 had not been completed. The next one is install high friction pavement, and it says incomplete. And I took you yesterday to an update that said consider during resurfacing. Do you remember that?
I do.
And so we're now in the point in 2017 where you're just asset management is just starting to think about the resurfacing scope. Do you recall any discussions about the installation of a high friction pavement on the Mud Street Ramp 6?
I don't.
Okay, did you understand that the ramps were going to be repaved along with the main line?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the total program had been, which ramps or where it was going to start.
Okay. To your knowledge, was anyone in asset management made aware of this countermeasure to install a high friction pavement on the Mud Street ramp as part of resurfacing?
I don't know. I don't know that I know what that meant. If we'd have paved with FC2, that would have been a high friction pavement, and simply replacing the FC2 that was out there would have would have met that requirement. There's nothing higher that I'm aware of that, other than the SMA, that provides a high friction pavement. MTO uses it on their roadways, and it's considered a high friction pavement. So repaving it with the FC2 would have met that condition, as far as without any other direction from the consultant or anyone else. I don't know what they were considering or what they were looking at when they made that recommendation. That's, I think part of my original comments were some of these weren't thought out.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 31, please? And can you call that out? So this is a list of the items that are on the outstanding business list as of May of, well, I guess, let's say April, because this was a May 1st meeting, as of April of 2017. This does not include all of the things that had gone to council and then come off the outstanding business list. This is just what remains on it.
These are outstanding reports.
These are outstanding reports that are being sought. Yeah, that are on the list.
Not outstanding actions, they're outstanding reports.
Sorry, I meant to say outstanding items, but yes, reports. Over the period from 2013 to 2017, was it your impression that the Red Hill received a fair bit of attention from the Public Works Committee, and there's a fair bit of requests coming out of that committee for Public Works to take steps in respect of the Parkway?
I don't know that I ever turned my mind to that, or made that conscious notation. I think all of these are both the Link and Red Hill.
That's true.
Expansion of Link and Red Hill, photo radar on Link and Red Hill, expansion of Red Hill and Link, traffic incidents on Link and Red Hill, status reports. So, they're all the Link, the entire facility. It was a very important, transportation corridor within the city. So I don't know that I made that conscious notation that you're asking about.
Okay. Mr. Warren testified in the inquiry that during this meeting, he perceived that you and Mr. Mader were not happy. What do you recall about the tone of this meeting?
Excuse me. Is this which meeting are we referring to?
This is the meeting on May 1st that was attended by Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Matthews Malone, Mr. Kirkpatrick, Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Warren, Mr. Mader, and you.
I don't know. I don't know what not happy means. Did we have some concerns with what was being reported or how it was being reported, or whether it was concise and complete? I don't know.
When you say, did we have concerns, you mean, did you have concerns, or do you mean you and Mr. Nader?
Excuse me. I don't know what not happy meant.
I understand. My question was, what do you recall about the tone of this meeting?
Well, seeing the presentation and the report, and from what I see of it, it's a lot of it's some of it is incomplete or incorrect. So I don't know whether I expressed anything in that regard at the time. I couldn't say. I don't specifically remember the meeting.
Okay.
I know that Dan didn't have a lot of background knowledge in this coming from water, so that he was sort of getting up to speed. That was my recollection of the meeting.
Okay. But to your recollection of the meeting, recognizing you don't recall it, is it to say you don't recall it well or you don't recall it at all?
I remember the meeting, like
Okay.
that,
So-
that we had a meeting to bring Dan up to speed. But it's a faint recollection of, that we had one. I don't recall specifics of discussions or outcomes.
Okay. And you don't recall any sort of exchange of angry words. You don't recall any sort of debate compared to discussion, nothing like that. It wasn't tense. That's the kind of thing I'm trying to jog your memory about.
No, I don't recall anything like that.
Mr. Warren testified that traffic engineering and operations had implemented Vision Zero, which is intended to get to zero deaths or serious fatalities. And that's a collective effort where you need all of the divisions in public works to be involved. And I'll just say how he said it, you had to have road engineering have some responsibility in addressing how to make the roads safer. And that he made that comment in respect of this meeting. Do you recall discussions about from traffic suggesting to you that you needed to change your perspective about your role to assist them to help achieve Vision Zero?
I don't. I do recall when they rolled it out that it was something we had never been involved with before the rollout. So it was a traffic initiative that they were putting forward. So I'm not quite sure how that fits in with everyone else should be involved or has some responsibility.
Okay. Before we leave this, you recalled, you said a few moments ago that there was that there was a lot of information that was incomplete or incorrect in this presentation. What exactly that in the things that we've gone through or otherwise did you view to be incorrect?
Well, those references to the friction testing being done, the lack of indication of the Golder or 5-year, 6-year review, which would have included the trade wind report was an appendix of that. It wasn't a separate report.
Okay.
I don't know whether there was anything else that jumped off the page, just seeing it here after 10 years.
Okay. Just so that I'm very clear about what your evidence is, what steps did you take to correct the information that you say was incorrect or incomplete to ensure that Mr. McKinnon and others at the meeting had the right or correct information?
I don't know. I don't know.
Coming out of this meeting, did you provide Mr. McKinnon or any of the other attendees with a copy of the Golder report?
If I had been asked for it, I would have provided it.
That wasn't my question.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, coming out of this meeting, did you provide Mr. McKinnon or any other attendees with a copy of the Golder report?
Not that I recall.
And what about a copy of the trade wind report? Did you provide that to Mr. McKinnon?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Thank you. And can you go back into OD7 and to page 158? So I asked you just a little earlier about scoping out the shave and pave project. Registrar, can you also bring up 59, please? Apologies, just a moment. I want to make sure I have the citations correct for you before we get into this. All right, we're going to go back to apologies. Just give me one more moment. There we go. If you can go to 156, please. And call up 157 as well. Thank you. So we were just looking at a discussion at a meeting in May. So I'm just going back a little in time to February of 2017. And I won't take you to it, but you can see at the very, very top of 156, which would be paragraph 468, Mr. Andoga has emailed Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson, that's on the page before, and he said we're proposing resurfacing, and then at the very top he says, in addition to identifying traffic needs, which is one of the things he's suggesting, is there a preference to the scheduling to be performed? And Mr. Ferguson responds, you're not copied on this, and he comes up with a list of a number of items that he says we provide the following comments, but I think the intention is to suggest that these items should be part of the scope. And they're the cat size, pavement markings, rumble strips, modification to some of the lanes. And then he says, and Registrar, maybe you can just pull this out so it's clear. This is at 469, and it's where it says we have also conducted 6 paragraphs in. Yeah. And if you can do it to the end of that, perfect. So Mr. Ferguson is suggesting that because of a 5-year collision history review, there were 2 segments of concern where they were proposing to install barriers. So not the entire Link or Red Hill, but particular areas of both. Registrar, can you close that down? And if you could pull up 470, please. Mr. Ndoga responds, and he goes through some of them. And then on item 6, he says, the installation of barriers will be a sensitive issue. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Ndoga about asset management's proposed scope to include barriers at certain locations on the link and the Red Hill?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? At 471, can you pull that out, Registrar? Mr. Mader circulated a discussion with you and Mr. McKinnon for March 20. Do you recall whether you attended that meeting and what happened at it?
No, I don't recall. I mean, if Mr. Mader said a meeting with the general manager, it's likely I attended.
Okay, but you don't remember anything about it?
No.
Okay. Can you close that down? And now if you can go to 158 and 159, please. Thank you. So we're jumping forward in time. At 475, this is when the discussion around median around traffic scope for the project picks up again. I'm not going to call it out just because it's a little lengthy. So this is at 475. In June, Mr. Warren emailed Mr. Beck, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Andoga, and Mr. Jazvek. And he said, thanks for the opportunity to sit and discuss the upcoming contract for improvements. Mr. Moore, do you recall whether you attended a meeting with individuals from traffic safety that discussed the upcoming contract for improvements?
No, this looks like what they call a project coordination meeting where, design and asset management and any other stakeholders would get together to discuss
Okay.
what the actual scope was.
Okay. Do you recall if Mr. Andoga updated you about this meeting?
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Andoga testified that you and he were having ongoing discussions about scope. I think they might have just been hallway discussions. I'm not sure. Is this the kind of thing that Mr. Andoga would have raised with you? What traffic was looking for?
We were all in one office, and discussions on a lot of projects were hallway discussions. It was not unusual.
Okay. And I won't go into much detail, but Mr. Warren's email includes scope. It references the SEMA safety review, and it says that traffic recommends a guide rail system on both sides of the median. And at 476, you forward this email to Mr. Mader. And I think you receive it from Mr. Andoga. Is that right? Do you recall that?
That's likely where I received it from.
Okay. Why would Mr. Andoga forward you this email?
Well, typically it's inconsistent with how we would do work. If we were widening a road and traffic decided that they wanted to put signals at an intersection during the discussion of the scope, they'd identify the need for signals and then identify that the cost for that would come out of their signal program. So I think the problem or the concern in this case was there was a lot of things being added to the scope with no identification of where the budget or approval was coming from.
So, but why does Mr. Andoga forward it to you instead of just going and dealing with it himself?
But I don't know that he didn't try to deal with it during the meeting, and this was what they were insisting on.
Okay.
So he was running it up the flagpole, so to speak.
So you respond to Mr. Mader, and you say, you can call this out, Registrar, at 476. Why are we getting this? I thought you and I and the GM were going to decide what to do. Where do your people get this from? Do they think we're going to spend 10 million?
Right.
and close that down. Before you sent this email to Mr. Mader, did you speak to Mr. Andoga to get the context and background for the email, including any discussions that they'd had?
I don't know.
Okay, there's a reference to the SEMA report in here. Did you go back and reread the 2015 SEMA report to refresh your memory about the recommendations on barriers?
I don't know whether I read the SEMA report. I think my understanding was that we weren't going to put any barriers in until we did road widening, not road reconstruction. So that's why I think where my confusion arose.
Okay, did you reach out to Mr. Andoga or anyone in traffic to confirm where the budget was going to come from? Pardon me, except for Mr. Mader in this email before you contacted Mr. Mader?
No, it was typical for me. If I had a concern or a question, I would contact my counterpart, the other director.
Okay. I read some frustration in your email. Why are we getting this? Where do your people get this from? Is that how you intended it? That you're trying to express your frustration to Mr. Mader?
It's possible. It seems like an out of the blue question. I believe if we go on, that's indeed how this was resolved. So I didn't feel it was appropriate, and dealing with another director on that level, I believe that's the way I was, John, what are we doing here? I thought we had this understood. Was it not, transferred down to your people to, address this appropriately? So that's very much likely how that was framed.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up 160 and 161, please? And so I perhaps moved too quickly, but I think you'd already seen it. Mr. Mader says, I believe they're providing the scope that they think is appropriate. I was just in the very
seen that
before you saw that.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, Mr. Ferguson provided an update about the specific terms. That's in 478. And Registrar, if you can go on to the next page, please. Oh, pardon me, I misspoke. Can you go back to 160 and 161? In paragraph 479, in response, Mr. Andoga says to Mr. Ferguson, and this is at the top of 161, upon further review, Registrar, can you pull that up for us? Yeah, that's it. We are assuming the request for the placement of a continuous guide rail and lighting improvements will not be required, and that council direction as well as a funding source will be required for any such enhancements. And that sets off at some discussion amongst Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. Did Mr. Andoga discuss this response to traffic before he sent it?
It's possible he spoke to his manager. I don't recall a discussion in that regard. No.
Okay. Mr. Andoga didn't deal with a reference to a medium barrier being put in certain locations rather than the continuous barrier that he does reference. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Andoga about not proceeding on median barriers for certain areas.
But I think the medium barriers that have previously been requested were in the form of continuous guide rail.
I understand, but we just looked at a few emails ago that Mr. Ferguson had suggested particular areas of the link in the Red Hill for median barriers, given a 5-year collision history. So it wasn't the entirety of the facility or even the entirety of the link or the Red Hill. It was very particular areas. I can take you back there. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Andoga about the potential of installing median barriers in particular areas?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, the response here is consistent with the reports and authorizations from council as he's referred to here. The council direction is to do it when we're doing widening, not when we're doing resurfacing. So the fact that staff has requested it has no consideration in light of that. He's just saying, we're not going to consider it until you get council direction from it and a budget. That's what that says.
Okay, so I think your answer was that you didn't believe that you had any discussions with Mr. Andoga about the potential for installing median barriers in particular areas.
No,
Is that right?
he was quite aware of all these things, so I don't believe I did.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? Can you go to page 182, please? Can you call out 528, please? This is May of 2017. And Ms. Graham, who is a communications officer, emailed you and said that Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson had met with a reporter from the spec, and they didn't answer some questions relating to lighting and pavement and have referred the reporter to you and asked if there was anything that we could provide her, council updates about lighting and pavement. Did you, we don't have an email in response to this. Did you have any discussions with Ms. Graham about this email?
I don't know.
Okay, did you provide her with any council updates or anything else to provide to the spec?
I don't recall. I don't know what I would have provided her at this time.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to the next page, please. Actually, you can pull up 183 and 184 at the same time. The same email in which she says, is there any council updates? And maybe it's not clear actually. Registrar, can you bring up 182 and 183? So up at the top of 183, this is the second part of Ms. Graham's email. She's also asked for a copy of the pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill. I'd not heard about this before as a public document. Do you remember having any discussions with Ms. Graham about that copy of pavement friction testing?
I don't recall a specific discussion with this Graham in that regard.
Okay. A few days later, Ms. O'Reilly, who is a reporter at the Hamilton Spectator, emailed Councillor Connolly and said she was interested in info about pavement friction testing conducted on the Red Hill last year. And Councillor Connolly forwarded that email to his assistant, who forwarded it to Mr. Ferguson. And Mr. Ferguson replied and copied you in and said, I have copied in Gary in response to the request about was there pavement friction testing done and what were the results. So that's May 30th and June 1. June 1 is a Thursday. Registrar, can you bring up 184 and 185, please? So you are on vacation. And just to refresh your memory, I believe you're on vacation from June 5 to June 12. Is that right?
It appears so.
And it says you're out of office. I'm not going to, there's some back and forth that you took a week vacation.
That I don't remember it, but I mean, it's pretty obvious from the back and forth here.
Okay. I was just trying to understand the clarity in the length of the vacation. When you're on vacation, or at least in 2017, when you were on vacation, did you have a practice of checking your email?
No, I was on vacation.
Okay. And so you weren't looking at any work-related emails?
There's not sense going on vacation if you're going to do work on your vacation.
Did you have your assistant, Ms. Cameron, monitor your emails while you were on vacation?
Typically she did, yes.
When you say technically, what do you mean by that?
No, typically.
Oh, typically.
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any standing direction for her if there was something that seemed urgent, what she should do if you were on vacation? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Did you have any standing direction to her when she was monitoring your email and thought that there was an urgent email, if there was some plan for her to contact you or something else?
I don't know that we had any standing thing. I mean, it was, if you see something here, you know, most of the time when someone comes in and they've got an urgent question, it's, I'm sorry, he's out of the office until whenever, and he'll get back to you when he comes back. If it's, say, if someone else has something that they can address, it's, you know, knowledge of a project that's ongoing, was you know, a question, or if a counselor, you know, had a resident that had an issue that one of the construction guys could deal with, then it was passed on, you know, that I didn't have to wait until I got back, but that's the types of things that were done.
That Diana did?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like she did that here. You'll see at 5:40, she replied to Councillor Connolly's email. He's also, both his assistant and Councillor Connolly have emailed separately. And she says, by copy, I'll ask Marco Audi to investigate and respond. And then she, a few minutes later, about half an hour later, responds again, copying Mr. Audi and Ms. Jacob this time, and says, it was Gary who requested the friction testing in 2014. And unfortunately, I don't have a copy of that report. Did Diana have a copy of the Golda report or the Trademan report, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. It's unlikely.
And if she had known where to find it, either electronically or in hard copy, would you have wanted her to send it to Councillor Connolly?
That typically wouldn't have been what we did.
Better for you to deal directly with councillors?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Jacob responds and says, "This is for Red Hill. We could touch base with Ludimir." And Kramen says, "I don't want to give anything to the counselor." How did Ms. Jacob know Dr. Zarowski? If you know.
I don't, but I mean, Ludimir had been around the office for 5 years.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up 186 and 187, please? So just going forward, this is all sort of June 5 to June 8. So Mr. White, who's been copied in at some point, says that traffic doesn't have it, and it directs it to him to asset management. That's in 544. And Mr. Sadawi, who's been copied in, says we're trying to track it down. And then Ms. Cameron on the 8th says, I've already replied that Gary's back on Monday. Too many people answering the email. There's a number of emails going back and forth there. For Mr. Sawadi, he's the manager of asset management. Is that right?
Yes,
So he is Mr. Ndoga's boss. Is that right?
that's Mr. Andoga was the senior project. Yes, he would be Mr. Yes, he would be Mr. Andoga's boss.
Okay. And just going back in time, you said, and Mr. Andoga was sort of running the scope issue up the flagpole. In the usual course, would he go to Mr. Sadawi before he would come to you?
He may have, I don't know.
I'm talking about in the usual course. What, you don't know either way?
Again, we're all in the same office,
Okay.
We work very collaboratively together.
Okay, and by 2017, we're in June. Had you saved the Golder report or the Tradewind report in a location that would have been accessible to anybody except for someone who had access to your email inbox?
Other than on the open shelves of my bookshelves in my office, I don't know.
Okay, so you think that there was a hard copy of the Golder report, the one that Dr. Bizarresi had given you in hard copy when you first met with him, on your bookshelf?
I believe there were several copies, but
Okay. And electronically, had you saved it anywhere else in the system apart from on your M drive?
no, I don't believe so.
Okay. And you returned to the office on June 12. And you, we'll get there, I guess, after lunch, but you don't respond to Councillor Connolly despite all those many emails on June 5 and June 8 when you get back. Were you taking any steps to prepare yourself to reply, doing further investigation, looking at the report, anything like that?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know why I wouldn't have responded to Councillor Connolly.
We all know when you get back from vacation, you can be a little bit busy. But in terms of your response time, what was the level of responsiveness that you held yourself to in respect of dealing with counselors?
Usually, if going through the email, I mean, it would have been there. I would have tried to contact Doug right away, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, it is 1:02, and I'm about to move on to another topic. I suggest that we take a lunch break, and if I may, our normal lunch break is to 2:15, and my suggestion is that we take a lunch break today to 2:05.
Yep, that's fine with me. Stand adjourned until 2:05.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, let's proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD 7, page 186? And if you can call out 547 at the bottom, please. And sorry, I realize there's actually, this extends onto the next page. Registrar, can you also pull out 187 and call out the last line that's on that page? Oh, I need that. I need all of 547, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, this is an email from Ms. O'Reilly from the Spectator to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. It's not, you're not copied on this. And she says, I was finally able to speak to Gary Moore today about the RHB pavement and lighting and now have a couple of follow-up questions. Do you recall sitting for an interview with Ms. O'Reilly on June 21, 2017?
I do remember Miss O'Reilly. I believe it was in my office. I don't know the date, but I do believe I spoke to her.
And was anyone else present during that interview?
Not that I recall.
My question was directed at whether sort of a communications officer or someone from the city sat in with you.
Not that I recall. No, I don't.
Okay, and in the usual course, when you sat for media interviews, did a communications officer also attend?
I don't recall. I know we used to routinely sit with someone from the Spectator to review our construction plan for the year. But I don't remember whether the communication officer was present or not.
Okay. Did you otherwise have much experience being interviewed for articles by professional journalists before June 21, 2017?
I had done some CHCH interviews at the side of the road type of thing and addressed other issues with them. I'd done a number of yearly interviews with them with respect to the capital budget, and occasionally, spoke, maybe coming off of out of a committee meeting or something like that. So I had some experience.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it extensive.
Okay. Did you review the Golder report or the Tradewind report before sitting for this interview?
I don't recall, but I don't know why I would.
Okay. Did you contact Dr. Uzarowski before sitting for this interview about friction testing generally?
I don't know how much time I had between the time this was arranged. I mean, it could have been, a phone call 11 o'clock in the morning and she was in my office at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know how much time I had to prepare for this, but I don't specifically recall anything in particular.
Okay. And by this point, June 21, 2017, had Dr. Uzarowski provided you with any further information about the UK investigatory standard or how best to assess the friction values from the trade wind report?
I don't believe so. I don't recall ever receiving it.
You don't recall him ever following up with you about what he'd learned?
No, I don't recall being clarified on that the UK standard didn't or didn't apply, or how it applied, or if it applied, or how to interpret the results in that regard from him. No.
Okay.
Not before I retired.
Okay. And he suggests that he had discussions with you throughout, or at least on 2 occasions in 2016, and you would dispute that? Sorry, I should provide more information. In communications in which he provided you with his best sense of that there was not a standard and that the numbers were not apples to apples. You dispute ever receiving that information from him?
I don't recall receiving that type of information, but had I received that information, it would have made the trade wind report absolutely moot because we wouldn't have been able to apply anything to it. So it would have been useless had I received that type of information in that regard. So I don't believe I had that type of discussion with him, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay, the friction test. Actually, I have one more question on that. So you say if I'd received that information, it would have made the trade wind report absolutely moot. I'm suggesting to you, if you had learned that the grip tester numbers were not apples to apples with the MTO numbers, and that the grip tester numbers were in fact generally higher the way the measurements happened. So you really can't say that a grip tester of say 40 is much better than a lock wheel of say 30. You agree that that would not have rendered the trade wind report moot. It actually would have explained your confusion in the trade wind report, right?
Without the ability to compare it to something, I mean, and have that definitive, unless someone can say to me, a grip tester of 40 is a 35 of the other, to simply say that it's more conservative tells me nothing.
That's your evidence?
That's my evidence.
Okay. Friction testing came up during this interview with Ms. O'Reilly, is that right? Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. What do you recall about the content of this interview with Ms. O'Reilly?
I don't. I knew that that's the type of stuff she was looking for, other than what Ms. O'Reilly is telling Mr. Ferguson in this. I remember her being in my office, I believe, and interviewing, and it was about the Red Hill link, but other than that, I couldn't tell you any specifics.
Okay. When she emailed Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White, she said, Gary also mentioned something about some work to change ramp configurations. Can you clarify what that is and when it will happen? Does that refresh your memory about a discussion that you had with Ms. O'Reilly about ramps and what that discussion was?
The only thing that I was aware of is that the traffic was proposing changing some of the 2-lane exit ramps to single-lane exit ramps. So that's the only thing that I'm aware of that I may have mentioned to her. that came out of one or several of the reports, or in the latest of discussions with them on what they wanted to do, but
Those
other than
discussions,
that, I couldn't say.
okay. Those discussions about scope that you're talking about, the ones we went through with
Yes.
Mr. Warren and Mr. Ndoga?
That's correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close these out, and if you can go to page 187, please. On June 27, Councillor Connolly's assistant emailed, excuse me, emailed Mr. Sadawi, Mr. White, you and Councillor Connolly, and said, Doug is still looking for this information. Has anyone found it? And you respond to him, and you say, Rob, have Doug call in this regard. Thanks. So just stopping there, it looks like you didn't respond to those requests that go back to June 1, and then there's that flurry of emails on June 5. There's a final email on June 8. You get back from vacation on June 12. And you said just before the break that your expectation of yourself was to respond promptly to Councillor Connolly. Why had you not responded to those emails that we looked at before by June 27?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. Councillor Conley testified that you, and he spoke fairly frequently, he would call you up about, things that his constituents were concerned about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you told him, have Doug call in this regard. Thanks. Did Councillor Connolly call you?
I don't know.
Okay. When you sent this email, have Doug call in this regard, what did you plan to tell Councillor Connolly about the two questions that he had, which were friction testing done, and what were the results?
I would tell him what we had done and what the results were. The same as anybody else that would have asked within staff.
Okay, can you be more specific about what you would have told him?
I don't know what Doug's specific questions were. Sometimes you had to do an extensive amount of clarification with Councillor Connolly in order to find out exactly what his concern was and then address it. Sometimes they weren't just the straightforward question that was transferred to you from his admin. So,
I'm going to stop you there just so you get a bit more context.
Yep.
Registrar, can you bring up 188, please? So just like last time, his assistant and Councillor Connolly were both emailing on this issue. So at the top at 553, he emails you and he says, Gary, have you got any information or results from the pavement friction testing done last year?
right.
That's his request to you. You've already, at 5 hours before, said get him to give me a call.
Right.
And just stopping here, Ms. O'Reilly had gone to Councillor Connolly and asked if he had more information about this. And that's what triggered that email exchange in early June. So with that context, what did you plan to tell him if he called you back?
Well, I would have clarified that there wasn't any friction testing done last year, that the only friction testing that we'd had done was in the 2013-14 trade wind report. And exactly what the status was in terms of what I had told people several other times, in that we had some results. They were higher than what MTO got. We're still trying to get clarification from the consultant on their comparison to a British standard that we don't have any idea of how it applies.
Okay. And sitting here today, you can't recall if you actually had a conversation with Councillor Connolly about this?
No, I had dozens of conversations with Councillor Connolly on a variety of issues.
Okay. You'll see in the next paragraph on 188, there's a reference to Ms. O'Reilly's article that came out on July 15, 2017. I'm going to take you into that article. So the font's a little small, so we might go back and forth between these excerpts and the article itself.
Mhm.
Registrar, can you move page 188 over to the left-hand side and bring up HAM 52704? So this is the electronic version. Just stopping here. Do you read the Hamilton Spectator, or did you in 2017?
Oh, I had occasion to read it, yes.
Okay, and when you read it, would you read it in hard copy or would you read it in in an electronic format?
Oh, usually in hard copy.
Okay. So this obviously is the electronic copy. It might look different than what you reviewed at the time, if you reviewed it. And that is in fact my question. Did you review this article after it was published on July 15th?
I believe I read the article.
Okay. I mean, you're quoted in it. So was it your habit to review articles that you think you might be quoted in? If they came to your attention?
If they came to my attention, yeah.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the second image, please? And can you call out the first 6 paragraphs, please? Thank you. So in the 4th paragraph, it says rumor and speculation about the RHVP being slippery have plagued the Parkway since it opened in 2007. And now the city is planning to repave the road surface starting next year. The work, at least a year ahead of schedule, will preemptively address a question staff cannot answer, semicolon, is the Red Hill too slippery? During your interview with Ms. O'Reilly on June 21st, did she put that question to you? Is the Red Hill too slippery?
I don't know. I don't recall the interview.
Okay. I'm going to close this down for a moment, Registrar, and if you can go to the bottom half of the page and blow it out. Thanks. So 5 paragraphs up from the bottom, it says the RHVP was originally paved with stone mastic asphalt. A more expensive mix that's supposed to last longer, but it's known to be slightly more slippery, although still meeting provincial standards in the first few months, but typically has better friction once the road is worn down. Did you give Ms. O'Reilly this information about stone mastic asphalt?
It's unlikely, other than it's not truly correct. So other than the fact that we were originally paved with the stone mastic asphalt.
Okay, what part of this isn't correct?
Well, there's nothing to say the stone mastic asphalt was supposed to last longer. It was the perpetual pavement that was supposed to last longer. And as far as it's known to be slightly slipperier, I would have never discussed it like that. Those are her words and definitely not mine. although she may have been aware of the MTO's early low friction. But it doesn't look like something I would have discussed.
Okay. Just stopping on that, the early low friction issue with SMA, do you recall conveying that to Ms. O'Reilly?
No, I don't. I don't recall the discussion we had.
I know, I'm just trying to refresh your memory and get your best
Not
evidence.
gonna work. It's gone.
You said, but it doesn't look like something I would have discussed. Do you mean you wouldn't have discussed the issue of early age low friction with Ms. O'Reilly, or that you wouldn't have discussed it using this phrasing?
Well, I definitely wouldn't have discussed it using this phrasing. So, but I don't know whether I did discuss it with her at all.
Okay. Going down 2 paragraphs from there, it says, and the city did test friction later that year. The Spectator has learned that the results were never made public. Do you recall telling Ms. O'Reilly that the city had tested friction later that year, which would have been 2015 to 2016, based on the preceding sentence?
No, I don't. But we didn't do any friction tests, so I don't know whether she was confused.
Maybe she
With the-
saw it in the update report where it says friction testing completed.
Yes, I don't know where she got that information from.
Okay. It then says the results were never made public.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna close this down for a moment, Registrar. And if you can go back to the first call out, which is the first 6 paragraphs at the top. In the second paragraph up from the bottom here, it says the city has done limited friction testing on the road, but refuses to make the results public, saying only they were ultimately inconclusive. So there's a bit of repetition in this. So just going, Registrar, if you can go back to that call it we were in before. Apologies for all the jumping around. So there's 2 references in this article in slightly different language that the results of the of friction testing were never made public. And the one that we just looked at, the city has done limited friction testing on the road, but refuses to make the results public. Did you tell Ms. O'Reilly that the results were not public?
I don't know. If she had asked, have you made a report to council or posted those reports, I would have said no.
Okay. Did Ms. O'Reilly ask you personally for a copy of the friction test results or a copy of the friction test report?
I believe she did.
What did you say?
I think it's in the previous page what I said, that we don't release that type of thing.
Okay, so I know that I'll take you that quote in a moment.
Yep.
But your recollection, recognizing you don't have a perfect recollection of this interview, you do recall that she asked you for the results? And then,
Not in my interview in my office.
okay,
Coming off of the bench after a committee meeting. Sort of, ran across the room. I remember that.
okay.
You
Tell
know,
me about that. When did that occur?
Well, it was a committee meeting, and I know she came across the room and sort of, as we were filing out of the meeting, asked for a copy of the report, and I made that comment. that
Okay,
we don't release that type of information for them.
okay. So how far before the release of this article in July of 2017 did that interaction at the committee meeting happen?
I don't know. Maybe a couple of days. Maybe,
So right around the same time.
yeah, right around the same time.
Okay. In the next paragraph, so the second from the bottom, there is no official report, Moore said, only an informal chart sent in an email in December 2015. That friction testing was not fulsome and the results were, quote, inconclusive, unquote. So that is attributed to you, and one of those words is in quotations. What is the informal chart that you are attributed to have mentioned here? Informal chart sent in an email in December 2015.
The only thing I can think of in that regard would have been the Tradewin report, but I don't know whether that's my words or not. A draft chart, a draft report, unofficial report, but I don't know that that's my words, but the only thing I can think of that would refer to would be the Tradewin report.
Okay, so just stopping there before we get into the substance of your response. You are not sure about the particular language you used when it says informal chart here, whether that was your phrasing. Is that your evidence?
I don't recall.
Okay, and do you think that you would have used informal chart? Is that language that you would have used?
I'm troubled by the informal, but unofficial or draft is more likely. I may have used that. Don't know. Coming off the end of the bench, if that's where she got this information from, buttonholing me is in the middle of the room. If you got this, yeah, it's an informal. I don't know. It very well could have been, but I don't recall.
Okay, on that point, do you recall whether you gave information about that there is no official report, only an informal chart in an email in December 2015? Did you give that to her while you were in the council chamber, or did you give that to her when you were in the interview in your office?
I believe that was coming off of the bench.
So in the council chamber?
In the council chamber, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So it says there is no informal report, and then it references an informal chart. And you'll recall that in December 2015, you sent Dr. Uzarowski a chart in December 2015. You remember that? Pardon me. Let me rephrase that. You sent him an email that contained the chart that he had sent you in January of 2014. Do you recall that?
That was the MTO chart.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it possible that you were misremembering that you received friction value information by email from Ludomir in December 2015.
I don't know. I mean, if you take it apart, there is no official report. That's true. There's no official report. There's nothing to council, no report. And the last part of that, the friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive. As far as I'm concerned, that was the condition of the Golder and Tradewind report. Without the ability to test those numbers against some standard, they were inconclusive. So the informal chart part, unless we had talked about the MTO information and she had cobbled together different things that I had said, I can't explain where this information was assembled from.
Okay, so you think it's possible that Ms. O'Reilly misunderstood or has misquoted you when you've referenced the informal chart here? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but I don't know.
But do you think that's likely what happened? Is that the way that you think that is that the best explanation for this, or can you think of another explanation?
I think if you take out the informal and exchange it for draft, it's very applicable. So one word seems to change the whole meaning of the sentence or on who said what. So
what's the draft chart? If we just change that word informal to draft, what's the draft chart the
Tradewind report.
Okay.
I mean, the Tradewind report is 90% numbers. It's a big chart. There's 2 or 3 paragraphs of comments at the back. It's virtually, a big chart of numbers. It's an appendix.
Okay. Did Ms. O'Reilly ask you for a copy of the informal chart or the draft chart or whatever you called it? Did she ask you for a copy of that?
I believe she asked me for a copy of the test results or of the friction testing that had been done.
Okay, and we'll get to your response, but I can imagine a circumstance where she asks first for the results and you said there aren't any results. There's just an informal chart, and then she says, "Oh, well, can I have the informal chart?" And so, do you recall that sort of series of questions where she's asking for the different things depending on what you're telling her exists?
Standing there in the middle of the committee chamber after sitting 2.5 hours of committee meeting and someone coming over and firing a couple of rapid questions. No, I don't recall what she said or included in those questions.
Okay. You agree with me that the Tradewind report is actually a report, right? It's not just a series of numbers or charts.
It's an appendix to the Golder report.
And the Tradewind report itself is a report that was prepared by Tradewind Scientific. You agree with me on that, right?
Not for the city, no.
That wasn't my question. You agree that the Tradewind report is a report that was prepared by Tradewind Scientific, right?
For Golder, yes.
Okay. And so when you say official report here, I think your evidence earlier might have implied, and I just want to confirm this, that your evidence is that official report means a staff report. Is that how you read that? I might have misunderstood you.
Again, if that's what I said, then, I mean, there is no staff report or other report otherwise.
Okay. You gave evidence yesterday that you didn't have concerns about the numbers that Tradewind came up with. You just had concerns about how they were going to be analyzed. On what did you rely when you said the results were not fulsome?
The analysis.
Okay. And that's because you didn't understand how Tradewin got to the recommendations that it got to. Is that right?
But their reliance on the British standard, yes.
Okay. In the last sentence, it says, instead of doing further testing as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. Did Ms. O'Reilly ask you about the potential of doing further testing?
I don't know.
Okay, Registrar, can you close this down and can you go to image 3 of HAM 52704? And at the top, the top 4 paragraphs of image 3, could you call those out, please? And this is in quotes. All we got was an indication that we should do further work. Just stopping there. What indication of further work are you referencing in that quote?
The recommendation, I believe I think it was the Golder report that we do further testing. It may have been what was in the Tradewin report, but
Okay, so the further work, that's the work either in the Tradewin report or the Golder report that you received in January 2014.
I believe so.
Okay. And you go on to say it was moot when we decided to go ahead with, and then it's in parentheses, but with repaving. Did Ms. O'Reilly ask you if the Red Hill resurfacing was being expedited to avoid having to do the further work on the Parkway that had been recommended?
I don't know. I would have addressed that with her had that been the case, but
How would you have addressed it with her?
no. It will address that concern, but between the top-down cracking, the longitudinal along the shoulder, and the dips and bumps work, and the availability of funds is why the repaving was decided to be advanced.
Okay. In the next paragraph, it says, it's not, pardon me, no one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit.
Yep.
You're quoted as saying that.
Yep.
And that's it. That's an accurate quote.
I believe it is.
You knew that friction testing information would need to be provided to the city's lawyers in the event of any lawsuit, right?
Yes.
Regardless of whether you provided it to the spectator or not.
Right. So it was a stupid thing to say.
Okay. And I think you said earlier in your evidence that you provide a copy of the Tradewin report if it was responsive to a Freedom of Information request.
Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't have a choice.
If you, sorry, just 1 second. If you read this article at the time, roughly when it came out, and you felt that the quotations or the way that the evidence or the information you'd given Ms. O'Reilly, the way she summarized it was not accurate, would you have not asked for a correction or asked for a correction?
It had never been the practice within the city that I know of or that I was involved in to try and correct anything the paper said.
Okay. When you read this, did you note that it was not an accurate representation of what you intended to tell Ms. O'Reilly in respect of the official report or informal chart.
I guess I believe what I told her at the time was accurate. With wordsmithing made it better or clearer, possibly, but it wouldn't have changed anything, and certainly wouldn't have satisfied any need for the city that I was aware of.
Okay, I'm going to close this out, Registrar, and if you can go to the middle of this page, I think it is 9 paragraphs down, and it says he wouldn't say whether concerns over friction. Thank you. I just want to ensure that I've put everything to you. This is it's not included in this call out, but there's a reference to you 2 paragraphs up, and so the he here I expect is referencing you. It says he wouldn't say whether concerns over friction also played a role in deciding what pavement to use, and so I just want to ensure that I have your evidence about any discussions you had with Ms. O'Reilly about that, and if this is an accurate summary of your discussion with her.
I'm a little concerned or a little confused on what it actually says, but I don't recall. I mean, it doesn't really make sense.
It might be that just the way that I did the call out.
No, it says whether concerns over friction played a role in deciding what pavement to use. If that had said
that the new paving is going to be a super pave mix and an FC2 mix,
okay,
and then you are quoted as saying adding that SMA is not being considered again in part because it is more expensive, and then the next line is he wouldn't say whether concerns over friction played a role in deciding which pavement to use. I'm sorry I didn't put that context to you.
That doesn't it doesn't have any role in deciding what pavement to use.
Okay, so why didn't you tell her that?
Well, I don't know that I wouldn't say. I don't know.
Okay, just so the evidence really clear, are you saying that this is not an accurate summary of your discussions with Ms. O'Reilly?
I can't dispute it either way, but I don't believe it's accurate.
Okay.
So, Mr. Registrar, are you having any indication at your end of a problem with respect to the feed?
Sorry, Commissioner, no, I was just alerted to it through an email. I'm just going to take a look at it now.
All right. Why don't we, it is early, but let's take our 15-minute break now. Actually, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 3:05. Perhaps in the meantime, you can address this with your tech person at your end and see whether they can rectify this.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'll put everyone in a breakout room.
No, we'll just take a 10-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, I understand that the issues with the live feed have been resolved. May I proceed?
Yes, let's proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, we were talking before we were interrupted about Shillington's and your past involvement in litigation matters for the city. And I think what you said was that you had been involved as in examinations on a couple of occasions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Apart from actually going to the formal process of being a city representative, had you been involved in providing information to city appointed lawyers to assist them in their preparation in advance of litigation?
Yes.
So you were a person that might have information and law clerks or lawyers might come to you to get that information?
Or I would direct staff to prepare the information for them.
Okay. But I think you also said you had not had past interactions with Ms. Crawford or with the Shillington's law firm. Is that right?
I don't believe I had.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD7, page 191? And at 567 at the bottom, there's a reference to email exchanges between Ms. Cameron and Ms. Crawford to arrange a call between Ms. Crawford and Terry Shillington and you on August 15th. And so it's brief discussion about friction testing on the link in the Red Hill. Did you review the Tradewind report to prepare for this call with Ms. Crawford and Mr. Shillington?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you contact Dr. Uzarowski to get information about the project that you had asked him to take on?
I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you call up HAM 64114, please? And can you call up on the other image, HAM 64119? Did you take any notes during the call with Ms. Crawford and Mr. Shillington?
I don't know. I don't have any notes. I don't know what I would have noted, or if they had asked, if I'd been asked to provide something, I could have jotted it down, but once I carried that out, it would have been gone. So I'm not sure.
Okay. We have some notes to refresh your memory about this call.
Mhm.
First, on August 30th, 2017, Ms. Crawford sent an email to Mr. Thompson, who was another partner at Shillington's, and it has 4 lines. And you'll see below that email from Ms. Crawford to Mr. Thompson on August 15th at 8:26 a.m. You say, as requested, the testing was done in late 2013, and I received it in early 2014. So just jumping ahead of the call that you had with Ms. Crawford, after that call, you provided, you sent her an email on August 15th. And we'll get there in a moment, but you attached a copy of the Tradewind report. Is that right?
I'm not sure whether it was the entire Golder report with Tradewind or just Tradewind. I don't know.
Okay, we'll get there. What do you remember about the call with Ms. Crawford?
Nothing. I don't I don't even recall speaking to her.
Okay. In her note to Mr. Thompson a couple of weeks later, she says that you indicated that paving was equal to or better than the MTO roads. Does that refresh your memory about what you told her?
No, but that's consistent with the information we had from the MTO testing.
Okay. And she also says these are not particularly attributed to you, but they're about the conversation that she had with you, that the link numbers are in the high 50s or low 60s are superior to the RHVP numbers in the low 40s, and that they are planning on repaving the northbound lanes in 2018 and the southbound lanes in 2019. And the report has not gone to City Council yet.
Mhm.
On the left-hand image is notes that Shillington's produced to the inquiry. They're not dated, and they have a bit more information. So I'm going to go back and forth between them, really just with an attempt to refresh your memory. Do you recall saying that the link numbers were superior to the RHV numbers?
No, I don't. I don't know whether that would have been a term I use. Higher, but I don't know whether I didn't consider them superior, so I don't know why I would say that.
Okay. In the left-hand image and the handwritten notes, at the bottom half of the page, it says link superior to RHVP, high 50, low 60s, and there's an arrow, and up from the arrow, Registrar, I don't know if you'll be able to follow my direction, but if you could highlight down in the 40s.
I see that.
You see it? Okay, Mr. Moore, you don't have to highlight it then.
Nope.
No, it's fine.
It's above that, yeah.
It's above that. So I read that as being reflective of what Ms. Crawford is saying in her notes, or in her note to Mr. Thompson. And then there's an arrow and it says done at 50 km.
Right.
Do you recall providing Ms. Crawford with information about the measuring speed in the Tradewind report?
I don't.
Okay. That's in the Tradewind report, so it's possible that she got that from the report after the fact. It does say the next line down, MTO does theirs at operating speed. And do you recall giving her that information that the MTO does their friction testing at operating speed?
I don't know whether I was aware of the discrepancy at that time and spoke to her, and that I don't know.
Okay. And so is it your evidence that at the time, this is in August of 2017, you didn't know what speed the lock wheel MTO testing was done at?
No, I don't. And I didn't, if you'd asked me, I didn't think it was at operating speed, but
What in 2017, what would you have thought? If someone asked you, what's the
I
speed
thought I
that-
remember reading that it was at 80 kilometers an hour or something, but I don't know.
It says in the middle, Golders was consultant, TradeLink Scientific used a grip tester British method. Do you recall providing information that Golder was the consultant who retained Tradewind?
No, I don't know what information I provide. I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Did Ms. Crawford request a copy of the Tradewind report?
In light of my response that says as requested, I assume that she did.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with her about the Golder report to which the Tradewind report was an appendix?
Well, that's why I don't know what she requested and what I sent her, whether it was simply the trade wind report or whether it was the Golder report with the trade wind report as the appendix. So I'm not sure what was sent to her.
Okay, and you don't have a recollection, because that's really what I was asking, was about your recollection. Okay. Do you remember speaking to her at all about the Golder report as the context for the trade wind report?
I don't, but it would have. You
Okay.
can't talk about one without the other, so.
Why do you say you can't talk about one without the
Well,
other?
the trade wind report is an appendix of the Golder report. I mean, the information in her notes that Golder was the consultant in trade wind, trade link scientific. So given that she was obviously familiar from some information, that it's likely I sent her the whole thing.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 62244? Registrar, can you pull that out? I'm finding the font very small. Thank you, and apologies before I do that. I'm told that there's two documents that I need to mark as exhibits. The two that we were just looking at, HAM 64114, which should be exhibit 133. And
Noted.
HAM,
Thanks. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh, did I get the exhibit number wrong?
Nope, sorry, I was just gonna say that I noted it down.
Thank you. And the second one is HAM 64119. And that would be the next exhibit.
Sorry, Council, I got HM 64119 as exhibit 133.
Oh, then I must have misspoke before. That's fine. You can make that exhibit 133. And the other one is HAM 64114.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for that.
It's okay. That'll be exhibit 134.
Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, this is just a separate copy of the same document that we were just looking at. That was the bottom chain. So it says, as requested, the testing was done in late 2013. I received it in early 2014. And Registrar, can you close that out? And can you go to HAM 53108? And this is the 18-page Tradewind Scientific. And you'll see it doesn't have a draft, but actually, Registrar, can you bring up the next page? Doesn't have a draft stamp on it or anything. And this is the one that, if you can go to the last page, Registrar. Oh, pardon me, I meant the last page of the report, which is image 13. So this is the one, this is the version that was in the Golder report, but at the time it had a draft stamp on it. And this does not have a draft stamp on it. Both of them were signed by Leonard Taylor. And so does that assist you at all with whether you provided Ms. Crawford with a copy of the Golder report?
It doesn't.
did you forward this email, this back and forth with Ms. Crawford to anyone at the city?
No, I don't believe so. I don't know who I would send it to.
Okay, Registrar, you can take the document down. Did you think that there was anyone that you should be keeping in the loop, given that you'd provided information to the city's external counsel?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you discuss your conversation with Shillingtons with anyone at the city?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Did you tell Dr. Uzarowski or anyone else at Golder about your exchange and the fact that you provided the Tradewin report to Shillingtons?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you don't recall having any discussions with anyone about this exchange with Shillingtons?
It wasn't my practice to share information that I was talking to legal or their representative about.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD 8, page 12, please? And apologies, just before we leave Shillington's, after the discussion that you had with Ms. Crawford and Mr. Shillington on August 15th, do you remember having any or receiving any request for follow-up from her at any point in 2017? I can tell you just to give you a bit more context, you do get a follow-up from her in 2018, and
Okay.
we'll get there when we get there, but this is really just for me to understand if there's any interaction with
No,
Ms.
I was trying to remember if I at all. So if you say it's 2018, then not that I recall anything else.
Okay. In November of 2017, Traffic Engineering and Operations is working on an update to PwC regarding the status of prior safety recommendations. Registrar, if you could pull out paragraph 23, please. So this isn't entirely clear, just with the call out, but Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson are working on this draft report, and then Mr. White sends it to you. This is mid-November, to you and to Ms. Matthews Malone, who is going to become Director of Transportation. And he says, "Good morning. Here's a final draft of a report, which will be sent to John for review. Please provide any comments you may have as soon as possible." And this is going to go to the December 4 Public Works Committee meeting, but it's a little bit late, so it might have to go in January. Can you close that down, Registrar, and go to HAM 26494, please? Can you call it the second image as well? Thank you. So this draft of this report is quite lengthy. It's a 14-page staff report, and it has a number of recommendations number, and I'll get through them, but and it also asks that a number of things be taken off the outstanding business list. Just going back in time to that May 1st, 2017 meeting, did you understand coming out of that meeting that a traffic engineering was going to be working towards doing this omnibus report to PwC about all the things that were outstanding on the Red Hill and the Link?
Was this the meeting with Dan to bring him up to
Yeah.
speed?
Yeah, the meeting with Dan on May 1st, 2017. I know we're going back in time, but did you understand that this was that there was a plan to do a report that addressed all of those issues, try to pull them together?
No, I don't recall anything specific or seeing anything said they were going to write a report in that regard.
Okay. So this is just the draft report, but I'll take you through some parts of it. Actually, before I do, just looking at the first couple of pages, and we can flip through if you need. Did you review this draft report when Mr. White sent it to you?
Typically, if somebody sent me a report and asked me for my comments, I would review it and return comments if I had any.
Okay. Going into the report itself, there are a number of recommendations. The ones I'm going to take you through, the ones I think you might have turned your mind to when you read this. Recommendation B, staff are directed to continue to implement the short and medium term collision countermeasures, Exhibit B. And E, the median barriers be installed on the link in the Red Hill in coordination with any future widening of the facilities. Does that refresh your memory about whether you reviewed this draft?
No.
Okay, and did you have any?
There's nothing there that would, disturb me to the point where this would make this report memorable or anything, so.
Okay, that second recommendation, that median barriers be installed on the link and the Red Hill in coordination with any future widening.
Right.
Now, we talked a fair bit about that the median barrier issue was going to be pushed off pending the resolution of the transportation master plan, which part of that was going to be looking at widening. This, to me, reads like it's a bit more directive. If there's a widening, then median barriers will be installed. Is that how you read that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any concern with the idea that median barriers would be installed if the facilities were widened?
No, because median barriers would have to be installed as part of the widening. On the north-south, the widening is to the center, which means you'd lose the ditch and you have to put a median barrier in order to facilitate the construction. And although there was never anticipation in the EA for the widening of the link, it did again because of its sunken nature and the grounds on the outside and the ramps. It would be widened to the inside, and once you widen it to the center, then median barriers are a given, not a choice. So they're a de facto thing that would be installed when you widened.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up on HAM 26493, please? So this is the appendix, and it has we've seen. I feel like we've seen this chart a number of times in a number of iterations. In this one, there's the short, medium, and long term, and friction testing continues to be listed as complete. In this version, there's a lead department, and it says engineering services beside it. There is shoulder rumble strips, which to be completed as part of the resurfacing, and that's under engineering services. There's the shield rock cuts currently being reviewed. Did you have any information about whether the the sheetrock cuts were currently being reviewed and by whom?
No, because I still don't know what that meant.
Okay. And then end-to-end illumination and the barrier system are still under to be reviewed.
Okay.
And again, I think I know your answer to this one, but had there been any friction testing done between May 1st, 2017, I think is the last time I asked you this, And in this period, which is when you're looking at this draft, November 2017, any friction testing done that would be listed as complete here under conduct friction testing.
Not that I'm aware of that we did anything after 17. No,
Or in
not aware we
17.
did anything after 13.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? So this draft actually eventually went not on December 4th, but in January of 2018. Do you recall receiving a final version after it had been sent to PwC?
I couldn't say, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall reviewing it?
No, I mean, without an email of a response that says, here's my comments, or you didn't change what I had the first time. I don't know whether I seen a final or not.
Okay. Apart from those two things that I showed you, most of it is related to collision countermeasures. Would you have been interested in a report like that, such that you would have read all 14 pages? If it was about the sort of collision issues?
I may have scanned to ensure that, anything that referred to us was correct, but I may not have done an in-depth word to word.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD8, page 30, please? Registrar, let's try something else because I think my reference is off. Can you pull up HAM 62347? And can you pull up the next page of this? So this is a report in December of 2017 that goes to GIC and MERA members, and it is about a transfer of the traffic operations and engineering and policy and program section of the transportation division to the roads and traffic division, formerly called operations division. And as I understand it, Ms. Matthews Malone was going to take over that division. Is that, I've got that right?
I believe that was the case.
Okay. I raise this with you because if you go down in image 2 and register, if you can call out the second from the bottom. And you'll see that there's this reference to you being, pardon me, Mr. McGuire being temporarily accountable for asset management in geomatics corridor and for the improvement of the capital program development. And that this transfer will allow you the opportunity to provide additional technical support and resources for the LRT. So this is December of 2017. When did you start working on the Hamilton Light Rail Transit project?
approximately a year before that.
Okay, so through all of 2017, you were doing work for the LRT?
Oh, yeah, so represent Public Works and Asset Management were providing information and reviewing reports and providing expertise to Metrolinx in regard to the possible effects of their facility on our roads. So how they were going to approach it, how we would approach it, all of our standards, all of what was there, condition assessments and all those types of things were part of the things that we were involved with.
Okay, and so by the end of December 2017, how much of your time were you spending on LRT work versus director of engineering work?
50 to 60% probably,
Okay,
off the top of my head.
and did that start when you first took on the project earlier in 2017?
No,
Or did it ramp up?
sort of it grew.
Okay, and were you consulted on the restructuring and dealing with the transportation group division move to road ops? Were you involved in that part of this restructuring?
No,
And what about the restructuring of your roles and responsibilities so that Mr. McGuire took some on? Did you have input in that?
no,
Did you seek some relief given how much work you were doing on the light rail transit?
no.
Okay. Registrar, can you go out of this and can you go to OD page 23? Pardon me, OD8, if I didn't say that properly, OD8, page 23. And you can pull up 24 as well. Thank you. So this is around the same time. You'll see in paragraph 54 an email from Mr. McKinnon that explains this a little bit more. Registrar, if you can call out the paragraph that says the leadership role in engineering services under 24. So this provides a little bit more information that you're going to be taking a more active role in the LRT and can continue to oversee design, construction, and waterfront development, and that Mr. McGuire would oversee asset management and his own group, geomatics and corridor management. And did that division of responsibility between you and Mr. McGuire assist in reducing your workload so you had more time to work on the LRT?
It may have had that effect eventually. I believe there was some I don't want to say struggles, but that's what they were, to try and figure out how we were going to implement this change, given the cohesive nature that we had worked as one division under one director, and now you have one division under two directors. It was causing some angst amongst staff in how would we facilitate this and who was going to make what decision in that regard. So there was some additional work involved in implementing this, but.
Okay. Had you plotted out your retirement by January of 2017 when you first took on the LRT work?
I need to give you some background on that.
Sure.
The city manager had approached me in August or September of the previous year about moving over and being entirely a director within the LRT office. And
just to stop you there, the August or September, the prior year, you mean 2017 or 2016?
2017.
Okay.
So I'd worked on it for a half a year. Things were ramping up. there were things that needed to have more scrutiny and more ability to deal with them directly. The city manager recognized that, and I offered the solution that I would retire and move over there on a contract position. It was my understanding that he agreed in principle on that. That meeting was with myself and Dan McKinnon and the city manager. And so we were waiting for the city manager. I understood that he had to take a report to council to facilitate that move. And it was in his court to make that. So yeah, I don't believe it was until that report was done, and I think that report went, if I remember, sometime near the end of budget process, which would have been March, maybe early April of 18. And once that was approved by council, then I made my move official.
Okay, thank you for that background. Before you took on the LRT work, did you have a date in mind when you had years of service or pension threshold at which you plan to retire?
Nothing at that time. I mean,
okay. And when you retired, and we'll of course get to that in May of 2018, how many years of service did you have at the city?
30 years and a week.
Okay. And is 30 years a pension threshold?
I'm sorry?
Is 30 years a pension threshold?
Yeah, 30 years of service, yes.
Okay. But is it a pension threshold that gets you?
No, I was well past any threshold.
Okay. And I think I've already said it, but you retired in May of 2018 after this report went to council and the budget got sorted for your move over to the LRT, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're still in 2017 for the moment, but we will come to that. Registrar, you can close this down. And I will have to go to OD7 and then page 194, please. And can you call it 195 as well, please? Thank you. Looking at 577 and 578, in August of 2017, Dr. Uzarowski prepared a PowerPoint presentation to deliver to some of your colleagues on the I've tried this one before.
Multiple stress creep resiliency.
Thank you. And so this is a new asphalt specification.
Yes, it is.
And you were quite interested in having your colleagues understand this specification. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wanted to try and implement it within the division. I felt a better way to ensure that what was being provided to us by contractors was what we had been specifying.
Okay. And this was a good follow-on project from the work that Golder had done and the PMTR. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The PowerPoint presentation included a slide that after the first 30 pages about this specification says other subjects, fiber reinforced microsurfacing and dips on the RHVP. That's actually listed on the slide itself. I won't take you to it. Do you recall that during this presentation, Dr. Zarowski also discussed fiber reinforced microsurfacing.
Uh, uh, Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And dips on the RHVP. Do you recall that he discussed with those who attended this presentation, dips on the Red Hill?
Yeah, it's, I don't, and it's rather surprising because the audience for this other is all other roads in the city and not the Red Hill or the Link. So I'm not sure why it was included, or if it was, I don't recall.
Okay. Around this time, did you have Dr. Zarowski consider the applicability of microsurfacing on city roads generally, not the Red Hill, but other city roads?
I don't know that I tasked Dr. Yarosowski. I don't recall. I know asset management was looking at it, as we've seen from others. So whether asset management got Dr. Yarosowski involved in that, I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go into OD8, page 15, please? And can you bring up 16 as well, please? And can you call out paragraph 33, which extends onto the next page? So we're in November of 2017, and Dr. Zarowski emailed you regarding hot in-place recycling. And he said he had a discussion with Mr. Wiley from EcoPave. This is in advance of a conference in Halifax, and Ludimir says, I will meet with him, that is Mr. Wiley. And then at the end, he says, see you in Halifax. So both of you were at that conference, as was Mr. Wiley, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall what led to this email? Did you ask Dr. Zarowski to reach out to Mr. Wiley?
I was quite interested in the applicability of hot in place recycling on the city roads. And I think I had been researching it for a number of months. And so I do think that I did ask Ludimir to look into this on my behalf.
Okay. And you said you were interested in this potential technology. Am I right that hot in place recycling is cheaper than a standard shave and pave?
Yes. Cheaper is not the more economical is a better term.
Okay. And is that because you're reusing the surface course that's there and you're recycling it, but you don't have to get all new material? Is that why it's more economical?
There's a number of ways you can do a resurfacing. You can mill off what is there, ship it to a plant, put some rejuvenators in it, and then ship it back and reuse exactly what you took off, or add a little more or less of something else to it. You can remove what you have there and put all brand new down, or you can do this hot in place, which takes what's there, mills it up, recycles it through a train that's actually on site, and then puts it back down, which they had been doing quite successfully in BC for a number of years.
Okay. And it had been successful in BC, but it wasn't very well, it wasn't regularly used in Ontario, is that right?
It had been used in Ontario extensively but I want to say pre-2000.
And then fell out of favor for some reason?
Fell out of favor and just never got back. At the time that they were doing it, they were heating the asphalt with open flame. And there had been a number of problems with oxidizing the asphalt overly and other accidents that might occur as you walk past an open flame. But
It fell out of favor.
it fell out of favor here, but BC found a way to do it.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Wiley at the CTA conference in Halifax?
I do.
And were you interested in trying to get more information about using hot in place with EcoPave for city roads?
Well, not with EcoPave in specifically, but using hot in place was, how do you do it there? Where do you typically do it there? What are, who's involved in that type of thing? I was, for lack of better, picking his brain of his experience in that regard.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to have a 16 and 17 at the same time, please? Mr. Moore, you'll see at the bottom of page 16 at paragraph 37, you emailed Dr. Uzarowski under the subject line Red Hill possible testing for possible hot in place. So just stopping there, had you and Dr. Uzarowski had discussions about the possibility of using hot in place recycling on the Red Hill before November 21? And just to give you some context, you can look at what your email is, which is the top of 17.
I believe so.
It says, I was expecting to see a proposal and timeframe for cores, BPT, and PSV testing for the Red Hill. And all of that was related to hot in place. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject line is?
That's correct.
And so what do you recall about the discussions with Dr. Uzarowski that led to you saying you were expecting to see a proposal in time frame?
Well, this would indicate I was waiting, that we'd had a previous discussion and I had some expectation that it was coming, it was supposed to be here before now.
Okay, so it says you're expecting to see a proposal in timeframes for cores, BPT, and PSV. Those are all different tests, and we'll go through those in a moment. But do you recall the discussions that you had, if any, with Dr. Uzarowski before sending this email that in which you discussed these particular three tests or three things that are mentioned, and why they would be useful or necessary for possible hot in place on the Red Hill?
Well, I don't recall a specific discussion with Ludimir in that regard, but I am aware of how these are applicable for use within hot in place.
Okay. Why don't we go through them, and maybe it'll refresh your memory if I have some questions about what Dr. Uzarowski told you about this and its use. So the first is cores. Did you understand that Golder would have to take cores in order to do testing, which would be necessary for assessing the feasibility of hot in place on the Parkway?
I believe so. That's what I've said here. I knew that cores were necessary. Yes.
Okay. And the BPT, I understand that's British pendulum testing. Is that what you understand it to be as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did Dr. Uzarowski tell you about why doing BPT testing was necessary as part of a feasibility assessment for hot in place on the Red Hill?
Well, the BPT and the PSV give you an indication of the reusability of the stone that's out there in the new mix. Our intention was to put try and put down the SMA to the same mix that you have there. It's what you traditionally do is whatever mix you pick up is the mix you put down, but you have to assure yourself that everything that's out there is applicable to those standards as if it's a new mix.
Okay. And so did you know that just from your own research or knowledge that BPT in particular was something that you needed to do to ensure that the current mix was usable for hot and place recycling?
I don't believe so. I would have the general knowledge that you needed to test the mix.
Okay. But not the specific tests?
Yeah, but these specific tests, I believe this email was in response to a conversation I'd had with Ludimir prior to this at some time, whether it was back in Halifax before we left, that, okay, if this is what you have to do, get me a proposal and time frame.
Okay. So this is late 2017 at this point. And there'd been, we've sort of gone through this chronology. There'd been communications that the Red Hill was going to be repaved in 2018 on one lane and then 2019 on the next lane. With the tendering process, is it, have you missed the window to do a shave and pave for the summer of 2018?
It would be very challenging to do anything other than that. But the potential of savings and the position the city was in terms of road deficit was worth at least the exploration of trying to get this in place.
Well, I understand in terms of your assessment of the hot in place. I mean, just generally, we're in November of 2017, and you can assume for the moment tenders haven't gone out for a regular shave and pave.
Right.
Is it now too late to actually do tenders for a regular shave and pave to occur in the summer of 2018?
Oh, no, we could.
You can still
We
make
could
that
do
work.
those. I mean, we routinely did those.
Right,
No,
just for a
maybe.
routine shave and pave.
For a routine, well, a quote unquote shave and pave could be done rather quickly.
Okay, but you need more lead time to do a tender that involves new or unfamiliar technology or specifications. Right?
Absolutely.
And so I think what I heard your evidence is that the decision to consider the feasibility of using hot in place recycling would necessarily postpone a tender process and would likely mean that shave and pave wouldn't happen in the summer of 2018. Is that right?
Had we determined that the hot in place was a viable option and confirmed that, we could save 10 to $12 million in that regard, I'm sure an information report would have went to council to inform them that, we were taking advantage of a new technology, but the delivery of the paving would have been delayed.
Okay. I get that. I understand the reporting process, but just in terms of the timing, it's November of 2017. If you have to do this feasibility study, and then you have to do a tender on technology you're not familiar with, is say 6 months enough time to actually put that all together and do a summer 2018 repave or not?
I don't know that we gave it that much. We were going day to day to see what we could get done. There may have been a point in time where we had to say, okay, what's the realistic here? I don't know whether we ever reached that.
Okay. But that it's at least possible that going down this path of assessing the feasibility of hot in place may mean that the shave and pave, the resurfacing would have to be delayed until the summer of 2019.
I don't I don't know that we missed that. I mean, the advantage of the hot in place was it wasn't going to take all year. It wasn't going to take 12 to 15 weeks to do. It could be done in 7 weeks, which means possibly you could have done it in the late August to early October timeframe, which still gave us enough time to do it. So I don't believe any assessment of or conscious decision that it was going to be delayed had been reached at that point.
Okay. Did you understand at the time that you were seeking this proposal from Golder that hot in place recycling on using SMA might engage different feasibility considerations than other pavement types?
I believe that was part of our discussion.
Dr. Yuzerowski does send you a draft. He sends a draft proposal and then he sends a final proposal. Do you recall receiving 2 proposals from him? I can go through the emails, but
No, I don't.
Really?
I don't recall receiving either. So
okay. I'm going to take you to the proposal that you eventually approved and circulated, which I think is the one that you must have read. If you can go to HAM 1073, please. And if you can call up the first 2 images, please. So this is November 23. And the scope of work, Registrar, if you can just take out the 3 bullet points under the 3 bullet points under the scope of work. Thank you. So this is the 3 things that you had in your request for a proposal: the British pendulum tester, the pavement texture measurements, and the coring of surface coarse asphalt layers. The volumetric.
the pavement texture measurements using a volumetric technique is the sand patch test.
Right.
It's not the
Not the PSV.
No, it's not the PSV.
Okay, thank you. And your understanding was that all of these were relating to whether the SMA could be used in hot in place recycling?
Well, that's what I had asked him for before. Yes.
Okay, you want to close this down? Close out the call out. And if you can call it the image at the top paragraph on image 2, please. Did you note that Golder was proposing to do an evaluation in order to determine whether the pavement surface on the Red Hill had sufficient frictional resistance? And if not, the cause of the low frictional number will be ascertained. And then provide recommendations that may be implemented to improve pavement frictional numbers. And then lastly, it says, and also evaluate the potential for using hot in place recycling to restore the pavement friction. Did you understand that all of these were the objectives of this set of testing?
Not to my knowledge. The only thing that I had asked him to do was the viability of the hot in place.
Okay. And you can close that call out. So at this point, when you're assessing.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think there are different versions of this document that I don't know whether that's been clarified for the witness.
I asked him if there was a draft proposal and then a final proposal, and I asked him if he recalled receiving 2 proposals, and he said he didn't recall.
Right, but I think this is the final as opposed to the draft, and I think there's email traffic showing the transmission of the draft to the witness. So I just want to be clear about the fact that there are 2 different documents. The draft is not the same as the final, as I understand it.
That is correct. We can close this down. And if you can go to OD20. And you'll see at paragraph 47, he sent a final proposal to Mr. Moore. And then the next day, Mr. Moore responds approving it.
Yes, I believe the sequence begins at paragraph 43 of the, on page 18.
All of this aside, I'm missing the relevance of the previous documentation. If this is the document that gets approved by Mr. Moore.
Well, I think the issue is that there are different versions of the document, and he's being asked to comment on the final version, but was not asked to comment on the earlier draft, which was sent to him. And so it's a matter of completeness, that if the witness is being asked to comment on the final version and being asked to answer questions about the final version is different than what is contained in the draft. I just think as a matter of fairness, the draft should be put to him as well.
Okay, so I'm going to approach this issue, which seems to be coming up towards the end of the day, in the following manner. I'm going to leave it to Ms. Lawrence to decide whether, from her perspective, there is any relevance to the earlier draft, and to Mr. Letterman or whoever else from council for the city, if they feel that it's necessary to bring that draft forward, to do so when you do your examination.
I guess the difficulty, Mr. Commissioner, is that I don't believe it has been established which of these two documents Mr. Moore had reviewed. That's the part that I'm concerned about, because that wasn't at all clear in the questions that Ms. Lawrence put to Mr. Moore before she started asking him questions about the final version without distinguishing it from the draft version.
I'm happy to provide some questions to try to provide some clarity to Mr. Moore and to Mr. Letterman on that.
That'd be fine.
If I might add, I think Mr. Letterman is right in his assessment of which document was actually exchanged with the witness. It's the draft that Ludimir sends for Dr. Uzarowski, and then the changes that he implements aren't included in what goes out as the final. But it's not clear actually that Mr. Moore, has a chance to have any input on that one.
I'm happy to go through line by line. That was perhaps just me at the end of the day, hoping to push through. So Mr. Moore, Mr. Registrar, if you can go back to page 18, please. And pull up 19 as well. Can't quite see the timing. Sorry. Can you go back to 17 and 18? Thank you. Starting at paragraph 40, on November 22, Ms. Riesvy sent Dr. Uzarowski a draft proposal for testing. And that proposal is here. You'll see that, and then you'll see at page 18. And if you look, we were just looking at the this one paragraph up from the bottom on page 18 says the results of the field investigations and laboratory testing will determine whether the pavement surface. So we were just looking at that. And then Dr. Uzarowski replied to Mr. Moore's email, the email where you sought that proposal, and attached a draft proposal. Registrar, can you bring up now 18 and 19? And he had made some revisions in the draft that Ms. Riesvy had reviewed And he wrote, attached is the initial version of a proposal of pavement surface and aggregate valuation. Sorry, I didn't include the proper proposal number. I requested it, but I'll get it to you tomorrow. And this version was different than Ms. Risby's version. And Mr. Moore, there's no suggestion that you saw the track changes version that is in paragraph 44. That's just to show the differences between Ms. Risby's version and Dr. Zarowski's version, which he sent to you on, I hope I have my date right. I think it's November 22nd. It is November 22nd. Okay, now you can go to page 20, please. Registrar, thank you. The next day, on November 23, Dr. Zarowski sent you a final proposal that I presume included the proposal number. This final proposal is the one that we were just looking at. It's HAM 1073. And Dr. Zarowski testified that he actually, he appended the draft that Ms. Risby had originally done instead of the draft where he made the changes, the one that he had sent you the day before. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 26538? And if you can go to image 2 on that. So you'll see in the middle of the page here, we have what I've just taken you through. November 22nd, he sends you attached, please find the initial version. And then if you can go up to image 1, Registrar. At the bottom, he sends you that second email, please find the proposal. And then you respond, your proposal is satisfactory with the exception of the use of the cold mix to fill in the hole. So from that, recognizing it may be difficult in 2022 to say, do you know whether you reviewed the version that you're immediately responding to, or you reviewed the version that he sent on November 22nd?
Given that my understanding is we were trying to determine the hot in place characteristics, the marked up version was exactly what I would have expected to be responsive to that type of investigation. The final version is not what we were trying to achieve. It referred to friction testing and only minorly referred to the hot in place. So I'd seen the other one and he had said, sorry, we're going to clean this up and send you one with a number on, it's unlikely that I would have re-looked at it.
It's unlikely that you would have opened up the final proposal.
Yeah, here, I've got a copy of it. Okay, Diana, here's the final copy, thinking that it was done rightly or wrongly, but it doesn't seem to address what our intention was to do out there. It doesn't have the PSV, which he was recommending, and it has some other stuff, and not for anything that I recall that we were looking to do.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 52830? The next day you forward the attachment, the underlying attachment, and the exchange of emails that we just went through to Mr. Beck and Mr. Andoga. And you'll see that I can go into it if I need to, but you'll see that you're forwarding the November 23 email, not the November, which is in the most recent in the chain, and then the November 22. And so recognizing you can't see it, but you see there's an attachment there. And you send this to Mr. Beck and Mr. Andoga. Here's what Ludimir will be doing. And so as far, I know it's not entirely clear, but as far as I can tell, you have forwarded the draft that is all about surface friction, the one that I was taking you to Mr. Beck and to Mr. Andoga. Is that right?
It appears that that's what I did, yes.
Okay, and if I'm following your evidence, you think that may have been an error and you didn't need to send that one. You meant to send the one that you think that you looked at, which was the November 22nd one?
I believe so. I mean, Mike and Mr. Beck and Mr. Andoga were actively working on the resurfacing project and the possibility of the hot in place. So that's why I would forward that to them. Again, I'm at this time period, I'm up to my ears in alligators on the LRT. So, you know, if I grabbed a report and didn't look at it and forwarded it on just for their information, it's very possible I didn't pay attention to what was in it.
Okay. So you were not interested in having any sort of further friction testing completed by Golder in 2017. Is that your evidence?
Well, I mean, the DPT and the PSV are testing the frictional qualities of the aggregate that's there for purposes of evaluating friction of the facility. I don't believe that was our intent. It was to do that type of testing, but simply for the evaluation purposes of reuse of the aggregate.
So PSV testing is polished stone value testing, and that assesses the frictional characteristics of the aggregate within pavement. Is that right?
It assesses the ability of the stone to withstand polishing. How easily does it wear down?
Okay, and that would be relevant to whether it would be good for use in hot in place recycling. You want to know that you don't want junk in. You want good quality aggregate if you're going to recycle it.
I believe it was done initially on that stone, so it was just confirmation.
Okay. And Dr. Uzarowski testified that British pendulum testing doesn't contribute to the HIP feasibility aspects. It really is just frictional testing, and that you requested that testing. Do you dispute that evidence?
I don't know that I was aware of one way or the other. I thought everything that was being recommended there was on Ludimir's recommendation for the hot in place. I wasn't. I don't think. I don't recall having any initiative to test the frictional qualities of the pavement. I can't think of what would have been the motivation for that at this point.
Okay. So you did not ask Dr. Izraski to do anything that would actually test the friction as compared to the frictional characteristics of aggregate.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know, or you didn't?
I don't know. I thought the testing that was done was what was recommended by Ludimir for the hot in place. I don't recall any other reason that we did those tests.
Okay. He also testified that you wanted macro texture testing because you had some concerns that the asphalt might be filled with rubber. Do you have any, do you dispute that evidence?
The asphalt might be.
Do you recall ever making any commentary like that to Dr. Izarowski?
We did. I know that we were looking at it one time. About rubber off the road being of a higher level due to the higher frictional qualities of the aggregate, but I don't know that testing the frictional qualities of the pavement have anything to do with assessing levels of rubber on the road. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, and so you didn't ask Golder to do macro texture friction testing to assess whether the asphalt had rubber content in it?
I don't have the ability and didn't have the ability to identify what tests should be done. I was relying on Golder and Ludimir in terms of, can we use this material for a hot in place? The tests that we were doing, as far as I can recall, were recommendations of his to do what was necessary. So, I mean, other than that, I don't know.
Okay. I have one very short area of examination that I'm hoping to sneak in just in the next minute or two, if that's okay, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, I think that's fine.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up RHV 558? Image 5, please. You know what? I don't think any of our eyes can take this. I'm going to use a different version of this. OD8, page 63, please. And if you can call it the first 4 paragraphs, please. So this is another Hamilton Spectator article, and it's from January 15, 2018. So just several weeks after that proposal we were just looking at. And it says, you're quoted in this article, the city of Hamilton has hired a consultant to test the asphalt. Results expected to show once and for all whether there's a problem with the material. The Parkway has been subject to complaints regarding slippery pavement. Friction testing was done in December 2015, was inconclusive, and the consultant recommended further testing. Instead, the city opted to repave. And then you were quoted as saying, we don't know why they feel that it's slippery. That's all part of why the city is doing the testing. Do you dispute that that's a quote that you gave to the Hamilton Spectator?
Well, I mean, I don't recall what I said, or even when this was done, but I don't know what testing. I don't know whether that's a a misunderstanding, whether that should have been as part of, or it's going to be addressed by the repaving. The bottom part is correct. Testing includes sample collected, sent to Ireland, comprehensive to know before it can be recycled. That's all very correct. So I don't know why this part seems to be jumbled.
You don't know why your quote seems to be jumbled?
Well, I don't know that, whether she got it correct or not, but
Okay, because this quote seems to suggest that the testing that you have asked Golder to do in part is going to assess whether the pavement structure is slippery. And that part of the reason that the city is doing the testing is to determine why or if the pavement is slippery. Do you disagree with that interpretation?
yeah, I don't know. There's no test that I'm aware of that's going to tell you it's slippery. It's going to tell you that it has more or less friction, or it has a certain frictional characteristic, but it's on the aggregate itself. So how that feeds into a slippery, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. If I misspoke at the time, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. It's just a few minutes after 4:30 and I am going to be moving on to another topic. So I suggest we wrap
Okay.
up for the day.
Okay, will there be a need for a breakout room for council?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine. Then we will stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.